Well, hello, and welcome back. Let's do a quick check here. It's been a while. Let's make sure that audio's going. Audio's going. Let's make sure the chat's working. Looks like the chat's working. Video seems to be working. I'm gonna just double check that I'm actually streaming on the right uh, thing here. Yeah, beyond code. Okay, cool. So what I'm working on is actually just slides for presentations. So I'm just gonna do this. We're hanging out. Feel free to ask questions and stuff. I am gonna pop a top, my friends, and open a little Mountain Dew. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way. There we go. Now that we've opened focus, have a quick sip from our not a sponsor. Mmm, Baja Blast is so good. Mm. Available at Walmart now for a limited time. Yeah, let me just get a couple more things out of the way here, and then we'll get started. But I'm going to be working on the slides, so I'm just kind of thinking through what to present. I'm probably going to reference some past slides and some stuff like that too. So, uh, yeah. Do 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 do. Hey, how's it going? Just making a couple more quick tweety things, and then get back to. But yeah, so we're gonna be talking about. Well, I'm just gonna be working on the slides. So this is gonna be really unstructured, just kind of like a study session, basically. Uh, just 1 second. Do 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 do. Okay. So what I'm hoping to accomplish with this presentation is to get people started on the right path with Express, because a lot. Oh, whoops! I actually want to put the terminal window here. Let me just go ahead and get this fixed up the way that I like it. Put the browser window. There we go. Okay. Um, the documentation that's on the website is years out of date, and the way that people generally code in Express kind of goes against the way that Express is designed. So I just kind of want to do a. I mean, it's a pro tips, but it's also a getting started. I'm actually going to go back and reference my getting started. I think I had another one on Express here. Didn't I have a getting started with Express? Nope. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah. Just kind of going through some old slides, seeing if I've got some stuff I can pull from. I know there's this. No, not this one. That's not the one I was actually thinking of. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, here's some Express stuff. Um, okay. Express starter. Should probably build up my Express starter with this presentation as well. So this is deploying node. I think there's really much in there that I actually want. Wait, is this the same thing as this was? No. Um, okay. So I'm going to try to have a flow to this. I'm going to go look up my async router stuff. Because I think the material that I had related to this is some of the best material that I have related to Express Pro Tips. Let's see. All right, I'm just going to spitfire for a little bit, and then we'll see how that goes. So I think tip number one should be, we need to show how to use Express. So tip number one is don't hide the HTTP server. And I know what that means. Tip number two, this is going to be so you can use WebSocket servers and stuff like that. Oh, where'd your hair go? Oh. Well, as summertime came and one day I was hot, and so I deleted my hair because it was hot. I will undelete my hair a little bit at a time. It will recover. It'll come back. How's it going, David? Yep, that's right. Rough hair. Another tip I know that I want to talk about is use the default error handling. And I think I want to talk about promise versus async router. I'm going home from work today. Hope things are well in your neck of the woods. They are well. I just got back from vacation, so I'm feeling pretty good, pretty refreshed. Thanks. What's up, Marcos? MN? I don't know what MN means. Another one, let's see, and I don't know what order I'm going to put these in, so I guess I might as well just label them all 3 for now. Prefix with /API. That one's important because it helps with caching, it can help with authorization. And then other prefixes. So you could have /API/public, /API/sudo. This would really be gatekeepers at the gate, doorkeepers at the door type stuff. Another one is going to be use.json. No, I did not lose my hair from Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew does not cause well-groomed, rounded cut hair. Now, if I'd gone bald, and I was going to do that, I was ready to try just shaving it off entirely, but my wife vetoed that. But I've never shaved my head before, so I'd be up for that. Let's see. I'm gonna ask a buddy of mine. If y'all have, what are your best Express tips for using Express like a pro, but things that don't require you to be a pro to know? The couch was cold when you shaved your head. I don't understand. Why would a couch be cold if you shaved your head? Oh, 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 I get it. I get it. See, I sleep on the couch because I enjoy sleeping on the couch. Yeah. So, yeah. Do, do, do. Go down here, up here. So oftentimes when I'm working on my slides, I get too stuck up on the slides. I need to find a nice way to use this kind of like slides, but kind of not like slides. Just brainstorm first. Okay. Let me think. What are things that I do commonly? App.use versus app.get. That's kind of a gotcha more than a pro tip, but before discussing that, I need to discuss middleware. Oh, router. Router is one that's really important. Router's got to be up towards the beginning. Use a router. Don't use apps. Express calls them apps, but they're not. Been shaving your head for 10 years? Way to go. I think that's one of the pro tips I've learned. Is the difference between an app and a router. So middleware. Let's see. I'm going to go with top level routing. I don't know where all these things fit, but I'm just going to put them in here for now. Yeah, it seems that most men lose their hair after getting married. Probably not related to getting married at a younger age and losing hair at an older age. Probably due to the stressors of life. Okay. I think 10 or 15 tips is probably about all I can muster for this. So if I get that done, I'll be doing well. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like that. I would never anymore. I've done this a few times, but I just would not do this anymore. I'd never make a complex expression out of an 08. Always turn it into two expressions. Yeah. I think those are the big ones. And maybe I could throw in base tag as an honorable mention. Because when people's code bases get big, they should use base tag. If they don't want to hate themselves. You shush with your logic. Indeed, I will shush. All right. Okay. And I need to maybe just look through a couple of files and see if there's anything else I noticed. I can probably grab some stuff from these slides as well. Where's my node express starter? What's up, Nala? You used to have a different name, right? Or did you not? Anyway, haven't seen you in a while, but welcome back. So I'm just working on organizing some thoughts around pro tips. I don't want this to be a really long presentation, so I think if I stick to less than 15 pro tips, which I think that's kind of all I got. Maybe .env for config. That would be kind of a pro tip 0. Let's see. Maybe also interesting. Huh. Put in here JSDoc TSC. Yeah, .env should be a given, but there's still people that recommend. The thing is, with all the CI/CD stuff, it's just over engineering, I guess. But with all the CI/CD stuff that everybody wants to do, people end up committing their credentials to their repo, and then they say, "Oh, it's okay because it's a private repo; it's not a problem." But then inevitably it becomes a problem. So the .env stuff should be a given, but it isn't. Everything should be a given. Let's see, I had a little demo of how to use cookies with Express. I don't remember what happened with that. That might be... Let's see, did I actually get that onto my blog? That would be something that'd be perfect for the blog. Did I get it onto my other blog? Oh. Did I get it onto my other blog? Blog dot no. It's another thing I need to finish. No, not this one. Or maybe it is this one. Let's see. I had a blog. Somewhere. I think it might have been beyondcode.duckdns.org. There we go. Yeah, I never finished this site. I probably should finish this site. Express cookies cheat sheet. This was good. This was good stuff. This is more of a helpful resource. more than anything else. Interesting. Well then, okay. So now let me try to get these in a good order. I think .env really should go first. Not hiding the HTTP server should go next. Using a router should go next. So use a router, not apps. That's kind of one idea. Use the default error handler. I think maybe the promise versus async should go next. Kind of think of it in terms of building out a project. One of the problems with this is when you think about things categorically or logically, this comes before that, this comes before that, it's not necessarily where it goes in the story. Because in the story, when you're creating your project, as part of the boilerplate, the .env comes right away. But where it comes in the story is probably a little bit further down. So I'm going to put it down here because I think when I talk about error handling, I'll talk about using the node-env development flag so that you get different error handling maybe. Or maybe when I talk about middleware, I'll do the pretty.json. I don't know. I got to think about how to create a story out of all this. Interesting. Now it remembers itself. Okay. So now I think I'm going to come out with code snippets. Just do a bunch of code snippets, and I'll try to do the full code snippet. And then we'll see if we can break those down into smaller code snippets. So 1 through 99. We're going to have that HTTP equals require HTTP that server, I guess HTTP server. We're not going to do anything with that yet. Express. I could say, well, this is just kind of a general node tip, but how you organize your modules. The thing that sucks about slides is that slides lend themselves towards bad code, because on a slide you're trying to be concise and expressive rather than trying to make the code maximally readable. And so you take shortcuts and stuff like that, and I really don't want to do that. Let's see. Let server equals express. Let app equals express.router. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put the whole thing out. Maybe I should call this handler. Whatever. Server.use app. The server.listen. Oh, you know what? Here's where we could do this. we could say what port it's going to go on. So this could be let port equals process.argv, no, not argv.env.port. I'm not really sure how to break this down. Maybe I should show little snippets and then show the bigger piece of it. So as we go on, yeah. Okay, I just need to get some stuff out first. What are you using for slides? That is actually in the slides. So the slides will be available. Whoops. Let me just do this here. Express Pro Tips. I don't know where they went, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a link to the slides here. Slides. And in the slides, I've actually made this part of my slide template. I put what I used to make the slides. So I put a link to the slides in the slides so that people know that they can go there to get that. Let's see. I actually want to update my template, I think. Because I don't need to put the HTTPS here or here. There we go. And then I want to update this specific instance to not have that either. And furthermore, I may actually want to have Beyond Code Bootcamp.github.io. Just so it stands out more. We'll see if that makes a difference. So these are the live slides that I'm actually working on right here. Maybe it reads better as a URL all lowercase. I don't know. Target Beyond Code slides. Actually, I don't think that these targets will make a difference, but whatever. I don't know why I put an underscore there. YouTube. So I don't know if that'll make a difference. It'll make it open in a new window, but I don't know that that matters. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm just working on slides. Feel free to interrupt and ask questions. Working on Express Pro Tips right now. Somebody just asked about what I use for slides, and I posted a link to the slides, and I'll post that again real quick. These are not the slides that I'm working on localhost, but they have the same information. Well, once I publish it. Okay. So let me go back to don't hide the HTTP server. So I've got, let's see, about 15 tips, I think is what we're going to go with. All right. And I will be presenting this tomorrow. So if you are watching now, then, well, it's going to take a lot longer for me to create the slides than it will for me to present the slides. But if you wanna watch tomorrow the actual presentation, the channel to subscribe to would be the Utah Node.js YouTube channel. So Utah Node.js. Oh no, I wanted the YouTube channel. Right here. This is the one to subscribe to. That's where this will go live tomorrow. Okay. All right, so here's what not to do. Your videos made me switch from VS Code to NeoVim. Planned to do it before, but you made me finally do it. Huzzah! Now tell me why NeoVim rather than Vim? Is it because you want to do Lua scripting? Okay. Okay, maybe I should just elide it. Use ellipses to elide. Is that good enough? All right, number one. Don't fear the server. Don't fear the server. All right. "15 Express.js tips to look like a pro." To be a pro? Wait, that. This is kind of minutia. "15 Express Pro Tips." We'll make the number 15 work somehow. Or maybe I can trim it down to 12. 12 is a better number. Yeah. So we'll have some bonus stuff in there. We'll make it 12. 15's too many. We'll do 12 and then we'll just throw some bonus / honorable mention in there for some resources. So that's what this is going to be. Okay, so 12 Express Pro Tips. I kind of like the subtitle of Master the Basics, though. So maybe not. But I'll go with 12. 12 is a good number. And then we could probably... this kind of stinks. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put these all as 1. And then I'm going to do the thing that I often do, which is... we're going to take these and we're going to turn 1.0 into li. Let's see. 1.0 space. Let's get a capture group in here. Capture everything to the end. And then make it li. And then close li. And then let's actually make this a colon since we're not using colon. And then like this. So we're going to create a table here, and we're going to throw all this in a table. So we're going to have 2 table rows. We're going to put the helpful resources in their own thing here. So that's what we'll do, and then we'll close out the table. 2 table rows, and then we're going to have 2 columns. Somewhere in the middle we'll break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then that's how we'll do that, is we'll just break it. And then I'll do the same thing here. So we'll have these broken down. Been using a tiling window manager for over a year, but never tried to lose VS Code. Not that I like it, just been lazy. I think for document editing, VS Code or something like it is probably better. Like I've been picking back up my bad habit of saying like too much recently. Trying to undo that again. Anyway, what I was going to say is for something like this, I think VS Code actually would be better. Although I could just get the scroll ability for, I mean, maybe I should just do that when I'm working on presentations. If I just go in my VMRC and then mouse support, what if I just add mouse support back? Okay, and now I can scroll again. So maybe this would be the better way to approach this. And then I can click and be at a particular area ready to insert. Okay. Anyway, let's see what this looks like with a little bit of love. Oh, that looks terrible. That looks really, really terrible. What did I do? Row TRT. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Is I didn't actually, there's a number of things I didn't do. I actually do need to wrap the UL here. I think that's a must do, not a nice to do. But on that note, I also need to wrap this all in small. So let's try all that. Okay, looking a little bit better, but something's way wrong here. I think it's much more important than I thought. And let's move this out into its own place. There we go. Oh, and then, whoops. Let's just put this onto the next screen here. I think something went wrong with that. Something go wrong with that? Something did go wrong with this. I'm not quite sure what it is. Okay. Small. Oh, small goes inside the UL versus outside the UL. Now let's just put the small over here. All right, so TD small and then UL. Small UL TD, yeah. All right. And then maybe the prefixes can just be shortened down to use prefixes. All right, anyway, that's good enough for now for that. I need to get back to getting some examples for it. Use the standard HTTP server. Node's built-in HTTP server. All right, so we don't want you to do this, and the reason that we don't want you to do this is that it kind of messes up state, internal state. Won't work with WebSockets. Bloat without distinction. That's what I'd say. This is, well, bloat without distinction isn't. It's kind of a useless abstraction. So one is a useless abstraction. And then I think we could put on here decreases readability. No benefit. All right. What's up, Queen One? Oh, Teach the Nation raid. Hey there. Nice to meet you as well. Welcome everybody. So, oh, Akshat. Hey, Elon. I didn't notice you come in there. I was typing away and I missed a couple of comments. So let me catch up on things real quick. Alrighty. And I probably should put my headphones on so I notice when there's a raid or something like that. Okay. So let me just get caught up here. Just join the stream. What do I mean by use the default error handling? So I'm talking about Express.js. So that's what we're doing. Hey, Teach the Nation. What's up? So I'm working on a presentation that I'm going to be giving tomorrow. And so I'm not actually doing as much coding as much as I'm trying to come up with some snippets. And I've come up with my main talking points here. I'll bring this back up. These aren't numbered yet. I need to rename this. I'm just kind of in the rough draft stage, and I open up the stream. So if anybody wants to join and ask questions, they can. So yeah, the presentation, the slides are going to be up here. I'll go ahead and give this link to the slides again. So the slides are not up there yet, or rather there's a draft set. There's basically my template is up, which is, me as a presenter, and then how did I make the slides? Because everybody always asks, how did you make those slides? So I put a link to how I made the slides and just my basic stuff, and then jump. But this is where the slides will go, and I'm working on the slides right now, and the goal is the presentation. I've got two presentations coming up, one tomorrow night and another in September for the Utah JavaScript conference. And the one tomorrow night is Express Pro Tips. And so these are things that if you're a Node developer, you probably don't know because they're not well documented, but it's kind of the way that everybody should be using these pro tips, even though we're not. Okay. Just talking about carousels. Cool. I don't do game development, but if you are interested in Node, it'd be a good time to ask questions. Hey, what's up, 4God? How you doing? Good to see you again. Hey, this is one where Definitely ask questions. I'm going over some Node stuff and Express. So anyway, my first, where's my .env? Okay, so my first tip is kind of the way everybody starts out an Express server. Kind of looks like this. In fact, if we go to the Express documentation, let me see. Let me bring this over here. This is the presentation I'm going to work on next. This one actually has a lot in it already for JavaScript with types. So I'll post this as well for anybody that wants it. I've worked on this already, so I've got a little bit of it done, but not enough yet. Where was I going with? No, I didn't want to close out that tab. Hey, thanks for the sub, Captain Gray Gaming. Oh, I was looking for the official Express documentation. Let's go GitHub Express. And I think that they give you this 3-line example. Yeah. So this is really bad code. You should never do this. There's a number of things that are wrong with this. But it looks really cute, right? So you can copy and paste it, and it looks really cute, and then you can have your server up and going. But if they made it just a few lines longer, it would actually be correct. So if we took, in fact, that's probably what I should do, is I should take from, let's just go ahead and take this directly from the website. I think I'll screenshot this. Yeah, let's just screenshot the website, the official docs, and say, hey, this is wrong. Which is kind of, it may be a tough sell, but they haven't updated it in 5 years, so I don't know. And again, this is one of the things that I was just saying I don't like about presentation slides, and I don't like about the way the way that a lot of documentation is driven to be, is that you're optimizing for something that looks cute rather than something that you'd actually want to put in production code. Where did my albums go? Let's see. There we go. So can I edit this? There we go. All right, so we're going to add to this. We'll go ahead and grab that screenshot that I just made, if it will let me. Oh. Okay, so we want to go to screen caps and this one right here. There we go. And then I'll refresh this and copy image address. And so let's just throw this in here as this is what you don't want to do. And then let's try. Let's just see what it looks like when we do that. Okay, yeah, I think what I'll do is say, all right, here's the official documentation. You know, I'm going to try to put in a PR in the official docs. I highly doubt that this will go over well, but I'm just going to try to put in this PR and see what happens. Because I just think it's really poor form. We'll use the same way that they're doing it. HTTP, and then we'll say http.create server app.listen. And let's try this too. Const app equals server express.router. I think it's .router, or is it new? I forget. Let me go check that real quick. Express router. API guide. Oh, what snip tool am I using? That's just built in on Mac OS. That's just Command Shift 4. Let's see. Router. I always forget if you're supposed to use new in front of it or not. Okay, new router. Okay. Okay. Server.use app server. Docs. Use real world example. The example in the README, my assumption is that the example in the README was intended to be cute and as few lines as few lines as possible. But this really does a disservice to any novice in encountering Express for the first time. I'm going to go ahead and get that out of there. We're going to say, yeah, propose changes. Does it give me the option to choose the name of the branch that I want? Create a pull request. However, this really does a disservice to any novice encountering Express for the first time, and it seems many seasoned devs still use the anti-patterns presented in that example. Wrapping the default HTTP server is confusing. Is confusing because it abstracts something that has no more complexity than what it abstracts. Okay, let me just do this. Use the standard HTTP server. Using a wrapped server makes it non-obvious how to handle WebSockets and how to work with other implementations of the HTTP stack, though granted there are few. Use the standard router. Most novices are not aware of the nuance of nested apps and how it affects state. Better to just show the simple example with the router rather than using a shortcut that leads to unexpected behavior. What else did I change about this? I think those are the main things. I doubt they're going to accept it, but whatever. Oh, I can see it down here. All right. Oh, we don't need new there. We get rid of that new. I'll get rid of that new. Okay. Don't hide the path. I need to go back and actually I need to go to mine. Okay. Oh no, I lost it. Where was I? Don't hide the path. It's better to learn fewer. It's easier to learn and keep in working memory fewer ways of doing similar things. More importantly, not hiding the path makes it easier for a newcomer to understand how the path will be used intuitively without having to refer to the documentation. Actually, is there a path there? Oh, this one is not applicable. Okay, I'm going to create the pull request. And then I'm going to go back. And I'm going to edit this one again. So am I on patch 1? Yes, I am. So I'm going to edit this one again. I forgot what I was going to edit about it. Also, should be using double quotes rather than single quotes, but I'm not going to. That's a nitpick. That new shouldn't be there. Yeah. Fix up. Squash me. Okay, all right. So I highly doubt that they will merge this in because it makes their example longer. But it would be a huge improvement to the quality. Why use double quotes versus single quotes? Okay, this one is pretty simple. It's just because that is the standard in just about every language. So typically double quotes are used for strings and single quotes are used for bytes or characters. The distinguishing feature between a byte and a character being whether you intend it as an 8-bit byte or as a rune, which, so because of the way that characters are encoded, a character such as the smiley face could actually be 2, 3, 4 bytes, whereas a byte is only 1 byte. So yeah, and then I just default to using single quotes when I'm writing JS on the job. So that, I mean, that makes sense because you're probably, if you're using prettier, it doesn't make sense. If you are not using prettier, then that doesn't make sense. Because if you're using prettier, it can just automatically change everything to double quotes. If you're not using, or if you're not using prettier, I understand that you might want to save yourself from pressing on the shift key because I actually was using single quotes for a while, and this is the reason I was using single quotes because I was just being lazy. Because if I didn't have to press the shift key, then why press the shift key? But I think it's better just to follow the same convention that other languages use, since in JavaScript, yes, it's true. You can use either one, it doesn't matter. But also, it's more common to have a single quote character in a string than it is to have a double quote character in a string. So you're also better off in terms of you're less likely to have to edit your string in order to or put backslashes in it, which makes it more difficult to read. So it's just one of the little things. It doesn't really matter that much. But I would say since the tools will automatically do this for you, why not just do it? The other thing I would say is just use the backtick as your default character, the template string backtick. Okay, so I'm going to get out of there and get back to here. So let's see. Oops. So let's do this. I think this will be great. We can just put a big burp, burp, burp. Okay, so here's what the default looks like. Okay, apparently we're going to have to make this width equals, let's go with 80% maybe, or 90%. And I could do, this is what I often do, is I will actually, I really need to invest in macros. If anybody's got a good tutorial on macros in Vim, let me know. And what I mean by macro is probably not what a Vim macro is, but what I'm familiar with in macros and data entry, which is just that you type something short and then it expands out and puts your cursor in the right place to be able to fill out the rest. So what I want is to be able to have a macro where every time I'm doing a link for this, I could do something like SA. If I could just hit SA space. In fact, maybe I can do that. Let me try this. I'm going to vimrc. What if I just did InMap SA space SA leader? Maybe leader SA? What if I just did this? Have it put in, wait, is this going to work? Vim script is escape less than. Yeah, it's one of the things, if you decide to use double quotes, just put it in the prettier config and just let prettier handle it. If you're already in a code base where everybody's doing it one way or the other way, I mean, the most important thing is be consistent, first of all, which again, if you put a prettier RC in the repository, then you don't have to fight about it. You can just say, okay, well, we do it this way or we do it that way, and it's automatic. And if we ever change our mind, then we literally just change the config file, and then boom, just run prettier, run npm run thumped, and then change the whole repository. Let's see. Less than, nope, this is not what I wanted. Maybe I could just do a backslash. Maybe that'll work. All right, let's try this. Let's say I do, oh, I did nothing. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe I can do I to put it in insert mode. Let's see. Hey, there we go. So that didn't quite work though, because that kept the backslashes. So maybe I just get rid of the backslashes. Another problem with this is then it's not particularly portable. So maybe, where was this thing at? Right here. Okay, and so then I can just paste and paste. Maybe that's all right. Maybe I'll put in here as well, target equals blank. I mean, that's essentially what I want. It would be nice to be able to say that I have different macros for different file types, and there's probably a way that I could learn how to do that. But okay, there we go. So that did what I wanted. essentially. So let me take a look at this again. Okay, cool. This is good. All right, so don't do that. Instead, all right, so then this one just needs to be the what to do instead. And then all right, so the what to do instead is going to be http.create server http server http server express equals require yeah, I think this captures the most important parts. So let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then why is this not highlighting? Something went wrong. What went wrong? Why am I not getting highlighting? By the way, y'all feel free to ask questions about Markdown, about coding in general, anything you want. I'm going to be here for a few hours, so we can go off topic and have good chat. Really appreciate your questions, ForGod. And then maybe I kind of want to outline this. It's a useless abstraction. So useless abstraction is abstraction where the abstraction doesn't malicious isn't the right word, but what would we call this? It's a misdirection. I don't know. Breaks WebSockets. Probably should put breaks WebSockets first. But useless abstraction is something like what we just saw, where the abstraction creates a dependency, but doesn't actually simplify the workload. Oh, David was asking about this earlier. So you asked, I want to know how you hide your secrets from being exposed in your code so I can upload some personal projects to my GitHub repo. So I will go over that real quick because that is going to come up soon anyway. So the thing you use is called .env. And I'll just go ahead and make a little code block about this. So it's very simple. Need to actually do 3 things here. So port equals 3000, and then we're going to do HTTP server.listen. Okay, let port equals process.env.port, and then listen on port. So this is literally what you do. So let me see if I can bring this up here. Yeah. And I have to figure out what went wrong with my, oh, there it is. Let's do GitHub rather than Zenburn for my code theme here. There we go. So you're going to install .env. And then you're going to, a lot of times, well, there's two ways to go about this. One is to install .env, and the other is to use the program .env. So I'll probably show how to do this both ways in the slides. But what you do is you have a config file called .env. A lot of times people will call it something like .env.local. Let's see if I can get to this. Let's try to make this a little bit more clear. So you have your .env file, and then you have your, let's say, server.js file. And so your .env file you don't commit. And you need to, if you've been using configs with Git, you need to basically restart your Git history. There's some ways to fix it without doing that, but I'm going to say you basically just need to restart your history. So what you're going to do is you put the thing, so say you've got your, your some sort of API key in here in the file as well. So you just do what you want it to be, or what the name of the thing is you want to be able to have exposed to your program, what the value is, and then you use process.env, and this is across programming languages. They all have something like this: os.env, process.env, system.env, envs, environment, something like that. And you access in Node process.env.whatever, and it becomes whatever's in the .env file. There's one more thing that you need to do though, which is that you need to have a require .env .config, and then you just tell it path.env. So it would look like this. So I know you've probably already started your meeting, so you may have missed this part, but hopefully you get to come back to it. Feel free to ask questions. What's up, Yarun? How you doing? I'm just working on my presentation slides. Okay. So I probably, let's see. Let's see. So if I can get this to be 1, 2, 3. Wait, is that right? 1, 2, 3. I've got a conference presentation in a little bit, September 23rd. I'm working on some stuff for that. Let's see, install .env, and then we're gonna have create ./.env. I don't need this. And I probably just said something. I forgot what I said. Oh yeah, so I've got the JS with types presentation I'm working on today, but right now I'm working on the one for tomorrow night, which is the Express JS Pro Tips. Update. Let's see how this works out. Maybe we can do this as a 1, 2, 3. Oops. For those of you that don't know, the keys that maneuver in Vim are HL, JK. HL go left and right, JK go up and down. So sometimes you'll see me do things like type or blue, and that's why. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did that break? That's not what I wanted at all. Dang it. Why is this not working? Is it because maybe I do need the colon or something? That's weird. For some reason, the markdown parser is, oh, 1, 2, 3. Do I need to do 4? Maybe I need to do 4 when I'm doing it this way. Or maybe I only need to do 2. Let's see. Does that work? Okay, that works. All right, that's the right way to do it. And I probably need to annotate what I'm doing here. You finished cleaning your room. Huzzah! It's good to see you as well. .env for secrets and config. Let's see if this will work. Okay, secrets and config go in .env. Yep. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm AJ. I am working on slides for my presentation I'm giving tomorrow. I'll go ahead and drop the YouTube link if you want to actually watch the presentation rather than watching me create the slides. By the way, if you're going to give a decent presentation, it's about 1 hour of preparation for 1 minute of presentation. So, I mean, sometimes you can wing it. That's what I do a lot of the time. But winging it doesn't take much less time. You still have to prepare something than really trying to thoughtfully go through it. So I recommend, when you can, thoughtfully going through it. And remember, if somebody gives a really great presentation, they probably spent 80 hours on it. Because a good presentation is about an hour of preparation per minute of presentation. So. Oh, and by the way, a quick reminder from myself to you. If you like what you like, get more of what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to. Also, there's a Discord if you want to join it. I will check the Discord and see if anybody messaged me in Discord. I don't think so. Nope, nobody's messaged me in live streams in the Discord or in general. Okay. All right, so all right, so I want to show what we don't want to do. All right, so I'm going to say, so here's what we don't want to do, and then here's what we do want to do. And there's 2 ways to go about this. So one is to install .env from npm, and I do want to make a clone of this so badly. It has been on my wish list for a long time. I want to make my own .env for Node because there's a few critical bugs that are listed as won't fix. Well, we'll see. Actually, let me go check real quick. See if we can find. Okay, Modotla. Uh, .env vault. What is this? Did they make a commercial offering out of this? So this is new. There's some new stuff here. Maybe. Did we finally get our export? Um, okay, allow. This is good. Allow export in .env files. So this was closed again. Let's see what the reasoning is this time. Yeah. Yeah, so this guy, I think he's just kind of being a butt on this one because the standard is to allow for the word export to be in front of a variable, and he keeps rejecting that. And I don't understand what his moral dilemma is with it. It seems to be a moral issue, not a technical issue, because it's easily solved. Technically, it's easily solved, and people have done the work to do it. So I don't get what his issue is, but he's kind of got some sort of moral. Yeah, 12 hours ago. Yep. This comes up all the time. It's the devil's issue. Yeah. So anyway, I don't like the NPM version, because the guy who maintains it is kind of being a butt about something that is a standard feature that should be just should be there. Okay. So there's two ways to go about this. One is to install the .env command. Actually, I think what should be first here is that in both of these, we should create our .env first. I think that's what we should do. But also, there's another thing we need to do, which is we need to make sure that the .env okay. So, all right. So I'm actually gonna have to split this up because we need the .env file to exist with some stuff in it, and then we need to make sure that it's excluded in the .getignore. The standard templates for .getignore, I think, already do this. And I forget what the format is for this one. Just going to go with text. So .env and then .env.star. think that's all we need to do for that one. So that's how we use the .env. All right, well, I assume you're already in your meeting there. Good luck with your meeting. Yeah, just watch the presentation tomorrow night. Catch that one, or watch that on the YouTube channel, because that one is going to be, once I'm done fumbling through this and I actually got it figured out. So there's Utah Node.js. Sub to that one. I wish we had created this channel back when Node was becoming popular, because we'd literally have, well, literally we'd have thousands of subscribers by now. But we did not. I think we kind of created the channel, but it wasn't until Corona that we started regularly broadcasting. All right. So I'm actually going to say number one you need to do is update your git ignore. That's number one. This is sometimes standard. Number two, then you need to create your .env API key equals secret API key equals ABC123, and then number three was update your code. And then here, I think what we could do is put a diff. And I think that would work really well. Probably easiest to read like this. Okay, let's see how this looks right now. Okay, so I'm not quite sure how to present this in slides, because it needs to be better. I don't like the way that looks at all. Okay. All right, so we need to update your .gitignore. I'm going to say most templates include this. I'll say most, I'll say many. Okay, two. You need to create create your .dnb with your big keys. If anybody's got ideas on how to do this better, let me know. 3 is you're going to update your code. All right, so okay, 4. So here's 4A. I am working on slides for a presentation. I just decided to stream so I could have a little chat with anybody that joined in. So I'm working on pro tips for Express. That's what the presentation is. Okay. And secrets too. Okay. Let's say here we're just interested in 2. There we go. Ah, there we go. I am a Node developer, Go developer, and I've also done a little Rust. I am hoping to do a little Zig. Yeah, I'm not a professional streamer by any means. Although I did spend the big bucks to get the purple light. Gotta have the purple light. And the t-shirt. So I was going to do and I'm finding my way back to it eventually. But I was going to do kind of a master class. I think that would actually be the right word for it. I I am intermittently working on a master class for people to get started coding. So kind of the idea of an online boot camp, but from someone who is actually an expert. The problem with boot camps is that most of them are people that just barely know what they're doing, teaching other people. So you end up with tons and tons of people who are being taught things in ways that are either against what have been the industry standards and industry best practices, or that are just missing out on fundamental concepts that if they knew would make their lives better and easier. Yes, I am a professional software engineer. Okay. So .env node server.js. Okay. Oh, that's another pro tip. npm run start. So I here's the problem with targeting third world countries. The simple fact of the matter is, well, there's actually two things, but one, the money, right? If you target third world countries, you can't um, ask people to pay $300, right? And in order to, because I would want to do it and also be able to do it, right? So if I embark on this journey and then I am not able to sustain my lifestyle, I don't need to become rich off of it. I need to be able to sustain my lifestyle at the very least, right? I'd like to increase my lifestyle. Um, but if I were to target something like Udemy, where it's trying to offer people course material for $10, that is not going to put me in a position where I can continue to create course material and then create better course material. So if I'm going to do it, I would not start off targeting third world countries simply because the money has to be there. In order for the thing to get off the ground, I need to find the people that can pay $300 or maybe $1,000 for the course. And maybe I need to start with smaller segments of the course where, it could be bought for $100, $200. But ultimately the goal would be to be able to make a living off of it, not just put it out there, because if I just put it out there, that also doesn't help as many people as it possibly could help, because you have to have a marketing engine. So if I want to make the world a better place for software developers, there also has to be enough money to put money back into the funnel to then market that to more places. Now, at some point, I could create a limited course that appeals to people that are in a very low price range. But the reason that so much of the material is low quality online is because it is in this cycle of you're getting kind of amateur mid-range people to do something for not very much money, and it's not, it doesn't create a virtuous cycle. People are getting CSE degrees left and right and don't know how to code. I agree. I think it would be great to do it in person. I think I would need to do it to some degree that way to make sure I got all the gotchas and that it give the right explanation. Do you have industry connection to create a legitimate course that is accredited? You don't need to be accredited. No, I don't. And being accredited is not the thing that I would be looking for. I would be looking to help people be able to develop their skills and their portfolio to the point that it's obvious that they are cut above the rest. So that's the hope. But again, this is far off. I need to really invest a lot more into it. So we'll see. Okay, so here's 4B. Uh, 4B would be install and use the .env. What was this thing called? Let's take a look at this. I got too many things open. Let me close out some stuff. I'm gonna probably add more images, so I'll leave that open for now. Uh, do. Uh, yeah, docs need to be updated. I'll have to respond to that later. Because the docs are wrong too. The main docs. Whatever. Okay, let me get rid of this. I'm just going to close out some of these things. Okay, people in third world countries really invest the time and effort if they think it will help them. Okay, just look at how hard they work to get into uni and stuff for getting a software job. But without some form of placement or connection, it would be risky. Uh, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're looking for. So here's another thing is I don't really have much in the way of a connection to third world countries. So I don't really understand that ecosystem. Um, that's not something that I personally have familiar with that I could say, hey, if you're in a third world country, let me teach you how to get a job. Because I come from America where there's lots of startup companies, there's a smorgasbord of opportunity, and the problem is that you're fighting as an amateur against lots of other amateurs to get jobs where if you know some key elements, you can easily stand out as a cut above the rest. So for me, that's a lot easier. If the idea is someone in a third world country is wanting to get a specific job and that specific job requires a specific accreditation, I don't know how to help them with that, right? And I do online work and I could help people get online work, but the English skill is, as you are probably aware, the most important skill for that. So it's not just learning programming, it's being not just good, very proficient, excellent at English. Because you need to be able to write blog articles that don't have grammar mistakes and that also don't have correct grammar in places where we use incorrect grammar. My wife is actually a foreigner, and she will say, in English, we typically, in all English speaking countries where English is an official language, as far as I'm aware, you'll say something like, uh, trying to think of, we'll use her or him when we should be using he or she. So, is that her? Is incorrect. Should be, is that she? But if you were to say, is that she, you would sound like foreign. It is correct. It is more correct, but it is not colloquial and therefore more difficult to understand. Let's see. So a lot of CS students in India and stuff just choose CS because it's safe subject. You can target that market probably. But again, where would the money be? Because I have to create something that's sustaining for myself in order to do it and to continue to do it. So it still presents a problem. Oh, now I remember what I was doing this for. I was going to say npm.env. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to say from npm. It's not really from npm, but that's what people say. It's one of those things. It's incorrect. Let's see. update your code to use from npm. I don't know if this is this is quite right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm the right person. So I'm not the right person to, that's not a market I understand. So if there were someone who had a strong connection to that market of these people in India that are spending $20,000 on tuition that would likely find it a good alternative to spend $500 on an online course to get better education, and they need some sort of way to get into the market. If somebody knew that ecosystem, then I could consider it. But on my own, I can't because I don't understand that ecosystem. That's not what I do. Okay. All right. Install, let's say install.env from npm and update your top level files. Okay, let's say 5B. Okay. It'd have to be offline. Yeah, I don't know. What are you in India? Are you, is that where you're coming from? I do believe that there's some sort of shift has to happen in the industry because it's going to implode on itself. And there are more people in India and China than there are in the United States. So that means that if you were, well, there's a lot of factors that go into play, but let's say that assuming nutrition is adequately provided to all of the people that are in the pool that we're selecting from, so they have proper brain development from infancy through adulthood, then if you take a selection of humans and say that there's pretty much IQ distribution is going to be fairly similar across different regions, assuming that the dietary needs are met, then if you have a population of 100 million eligible people, then your top 1% people is only 1 million people. But if you have a population of 1 billion to draw from, then your top, sorry, I said 1 million, I meant 10 million. No, wait, no, I did mean 1 million. Okay, then your top 1% is 10 million. So that leads us to there's more availability, possibly. I don't think this has been proven yet because the outsourcing model generally hasn't worked well from what I've seen. But I think there's a theoretical argument to be made that there is a higher quality pool because the spread will also be wider in a larger population, ostensibly. So there's an argument to be made that there are going to be more talented more well-equipped people developing skills in India than there can be in the United States. But again, see what that turns out to be. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. Uh, we could we can have a conversation about it. The outsourcing is using training from India. What do you mean? So what I mean by outsourcing is people will say, "Oh, well, we can get a developer in India for only $10 an hour." So, and I think that's gone up significantly, $20 or $30 an hour. But that used to be the case. You know, we can get a developer in India, and we only have to pay them $10 an hour. So let's get a developer in India. But historically, the quality of developer has been way, way lower, because the model of agency that were developed to handle these outsourcing were much more in the style of waterfall development around predefined tasks, rather than exploratory development like what we typically have with our startup companies. What's up, Josue? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, you try that shell check thing. Yeah, okay, so yeah, what if you train them properly? Yeah, but we have the same problem here though. But yeah, I agree. I agree. Better training could lead to much, much better. And that's kind of what I want to do. That's kind of what I'm talking about. That's kind of what this is to a degree. Is working on this is essentially training material. Okay, anyway, let me get back to this for a minute. All right, so we're gonna install. I'm gonna split this into two slides here. All right. And I think what I'll do here is I'll say .env versus .env. Let's put that out there. Okay. And I think I am going to put this pro tip in there, npm run start. I'm just going to throw this in here somewhere. All right. The Indian market is more interesting in software jobs, assume, so you have a larger, more interested pool. But there's still the language barrier. I know that English is a standard language in India, but we as Americans, and I imagine as the English as well, often don't recognize that because the dialect of English is a very different dialect of English, so much so that it sounds like a foreigner speaking. It doesn't sound like native English. The it's things like, "What is your good name, sir?" That person may, the it's it's just so different from the American and the English and Australian accents that kind of share a lot of similarities in pronunciation and idioms. There's so many idioms that are brought over from Hindi or from other languages into the Indian English that it's really difficult to bring. Well, I guess if we're talking about jobs in India, if we're saying, okay, well, if I was going to train Indians for jobs in India, I would feel more confident in that than saying trying to train people in India for jobs elsewhere, because what I can't teach is how to get over that language barrier because of the dialect and the accent. Yeah, properly trained but still cheaper devs are all around Latin America that have been growing later, and is often referred to as literally that best quality outsource. Oh, okay. Latin Americans usually have the same time zone and closer to the English language than those on the East. Yeah. Putting it out there in case someone wants to outsource their job. I am unaware. That's what I was saying. That's why I said I don't think that I'm necessarily the right person for that. Because no, I'm not. I don't know about that. But jump in the Discord, and we could have a discussion about it sometime if you'd like. I would stream that discussion. Okay, let me dedicate a little bit more time. Let me bump out a couple more of these before I get into too much more discussion. All right, so don't hide the HTTP server. So one is going to be use HTTP. All right. Two is going to be use code express.router. I said code. That wasn't what yeah, it's a tag. All right. Three, use await. I kind of want to put the use expresses error handler. All right. Here's a pro tip thing that hardly anybody knows. Let me go back to this. I'm going to go back to the beginning here. All right, so obviously what I want is an OL, not a UL. So let me get rid of these, right? But then we have this other problem, is that I don't want the ones on this side to be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So OL actually has a start start equals. It's called start. So look at that. Okay. I think you'd find it interesting if if you research the market. I'm not sure what I can direct you for real data though. Again, I'm a software engineer. I'm not a um, world market or world economics person. I think that I'd need to get my start in an area where I feel more confident, and then I could consider what you're talking about. And I will keep that in mind. If I actually do this, that's one of those little nuggets I think will come back up. Um, I think I can actually move this one up. So that can be number 2. And I think, I'm not sure if I want that error handler to be, yeah. Let's see. I'm going to Malaysia because I'm not satisfied with the uni stuff in my country because they don't have actual practical. Well, I could help you out with that, but it depends. What are you trying to go into? What do you? Yeah, well that's the same with any university. Um, I don't know if you don't go to a university to learn job skills. You go to a university to learn theory. If you want to learn job skills, you go to a technical school. Um, okay, so I think I've got this good. Um, yeah, so we're going to do power prefixes as one slide. All right, so let me get through these slides. If all I do is get through these slides, then I'll have a good presentation. And if I can get through all of these slides, well, that's a big bonus. But let's get through these first. All right, so the HTTP one, I've almost got it at a really good place. So my top 12 tips. What we're doing here. So you said that's something I discuss a lot with some people that don't get that engineering. An engineer is not necessarily a guy who goes, well, we have this inflation. I mean, this has happened in every industry all the time. There's always an inflation of job titles because it's easier to give someone a better title than it is to train them. And so the term engineer is being thrown around when what they mean is developer. Um, but I don't actually know how that comment relates to the previous comments. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, or if it was something that I said that I've already forgotten I said. Okay, so I'm going to have these. So I need to have, I wish I had a better way to do this. So number one is use nodes HTTP. And yeah, these ones I think I'm gonna shelve these for now. I'm just gonna put these in comments. Maybe I can get to those. Probably just put them in issues for this. Oh, I've got helpful resources. Okay, so that'll already be a thing. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, for practical stuff, you go to a technical school. For knowing stuff, you go to a university. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be Express.js homepage. All right, so this one I do do want some animation for this. So we're going to say don't do this. We're going to say why don't do this. So number one reason is it breaks WebSockets. Number two is it's just a useless abstraction. That's why we're not going to do that. And I'm actually going to take the comments. Yeah. Okay, and then so what to do instead? Let's put a check here. I'm actually going to take this and put it to the side for myself so that I've got that as a reference for me for what I'm trying to do here. So I don't get too sidetracked or lost. But so I can also go through here. All right. I don't. Okay, here's the problem. Problem I found, I can't remember which way it goes. We'll try this out real quick. But if you want the animation to work, you have to have one extra slide than the one that you want to actually animate animated. So I think if I do it this way, and I don't have this one animated, then it won't animate the one that I want to animate. Okay, that still works. Yeah, so you have to have an animated transition to an animated slide. And I kind of want to throw KBD around this. I like doing that. Just so it's clear that it's a screenshot. Let's see if KBD will work. It's supposed to be to make it look like a keyboard button. Oh, KBD didn't work. Adds a little shadow around it. One PX solid gray. That didn't work either. Huh. Should probably learn how to style this thing. There we go. Now it looks more like a screenshot. I actually would prefer, I don't want to do this too much, but let's try box shadow. I think it's something like 3px, 3px, 1px, 1px. I don't remember. Yeah, what's there's a blur radius or something. Is that the blur radius? Oh, that's how deep it is. And I'm probably supposed to put in a color. Actually would prefer RGBA. Do 0, 0, 0, 0.5 maybe. And then let's see, can we get this to go? There we go, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. or at least it's exactly what I want as I know what I want. Cool. Okay. So what should I show about this? I probably should just have the same slide a few times and then just highlight different parts of the code. I think that's what I should do with this. So let's take this one and let's say this one, all we're going to focus on is the require. And then we're going to focus on 5. And then we're going to focus on 6. So I'll get my nice animation on that. Oh, whoops, that one didn't turn out the way that I thought it would. Let's try this one more time. There we go, just 6. So we require it, we create the server, we listen on the server we created. Okay, cool. So and I'm going to put one more on here. Choose some abstraction and confusing. Confuses the reader. People say it doesn't confuse the reader, and I'll say, yeah, it does. I know it does because I've seen it. Okay, why does it keep coming back to this? There's something that it wants to change about this that it can't change about this. So the cursor keeps coming back here. Let me try going down low. Okay, it was just a trailing blank space. See, everybody always asks me that. So I actually have it at the very front of the presentation. Let me give you, this is where the presentation's going to go. So I always have at the beginning of all my presentations, I have the useful links. And so on the useful links is the slides. So this, for the rest of you watching in, this link is not the presentation that as I'm working on it, this is where the presentation is going to be published. So I just published a stub so that I could give people the link to it so when they want it, because the video will go here when I actually do the presentation, the video will go here. All right, so this is good. I think this part is done. So I'm going to check off use HTTP off my list. That one's done. At least it's done enough. All right. So the next thing is going to be npm run start. And this one's going to be very, very easy. So this one is going to be 2. And it's going to be npm run start. So this is just a simple matter of if you name your main file server.js, actually, let's create a directory structure real quick. Indicator foo, go into foo. Let's see if that actually, I might already have a foo there. No, I don't. So we're going to touch package.json, touch server.js, touch app.js, indicator lib, and then I'm just going to do lsd tree. I'll put this in here and then give this some sort of name, my project. And for simplicity's sake, we'll just keep it to that. Maybe we'll just keep it to that. I don't know. Let's see what it looks like, and then we'll decide. Oh, that's not the one I'm actually working on. So, run start. All right, so 2 npm run start, and I don't actually want the animate on this one, so I'm going to get rid of it. Not the animate on this one either. Okay. Thanks. That will be super helpful for some friends that are going to present their final project for getting their bachelor on CS in some weeks. Cool. Yeah, it's essentially Reveal.js, but it's wrapped with something else. And yeah, there's the basics of it. But my one caution is it's really important to create your outline first, because the temptation is to preview your slides, and you've seen me do this where I'm previewing slides instead of getting the material complete. Although getting the slides right is, in essence, it is the material, but all the same. Okay. So I don't know if I can make that any. Maybe I could make this. Maybe I'll hack this and put the diff here. All right, we could do. Maybe I actually, in order for this to work the way that I'd like it to work, I think that I need to use this. And then, because this will look a lot better. Okay, good. And there's a couple of things that you need to do if you're going to use npm run start. One of which is you need to make sure, and this is a won't fix bug, I've talked about this a few times, but you need to make sure that you have, hold on, let me go check this out on another screen real quick and make sure that everything's still working the way that it should. .npm rc. Okay. Yes, it is. Okay, I'll bring this over. So I have some secrets down at the bottom of my file, such as a license key for the package I use, as well as my token for npm for my login. And so I use these as comments. This is kind of how you have to do comments, is you put a comment and then do whatever and then equals. But if it's duplicate, then it will get erased, because essentially what it's doing is it's creating a key that is named. The name of the key is literally //. If you do comments like this, where you put a semicolon or a pound, then those will get deleted. So the way to do comments is to put slashes and then whatever your comment is, and then put the equals afterwards. Otherwise, the equals will get added when you next run an npm command that modifies the npmrc. Anyway, so this is the important thing right here. Oh, and now it's already in my copy buffer. So we have to run npm config set, yeah, true. I need to make sure that this goes into here. This is one of the pro tips. All right. Name your main file server.js. Unbork the unbork nodes path. Oh, whoops. This is just one of those things that if if you're running a CI system, I mean, I don't know why this isn't the default. I would like to find out why it's not the default. I think it's just because of backwards compatibility with something, probably some bug with NVM that's carried over or something like that. But if you do not set scripts prepend node path and you have multiple versions of node and you are running a version of node that is not the default, then just bad stuff happens. You end up getting the wrong modules. It's not good. Don't do it. Okay. I'm going to say fix rather than unbork. That'll be sufficient. Main server.js. Okay, and this one we're going to go with 2 through 3 and so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5. We're going to see how that looks. Or, yeah. So this would not, technically this would not be the main. I'm going to get rid of that. Because you wouldn't really use that as the main, because that would be for an export. You're not going to export your server. All right, so 2 is npm run start and fix nodes path. And was there anything else that we needed to do for that one? I don't think so. I think from there. Oh, and we need to talk about how to pass options. npm run start -- port equals 3000. Use -- to pass flags. Targets. Flags and options. Okay. Kind of. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so next is going to be .env. Okay. How's everybody doing? Any questions, comments, thoughts? I asked, what are your best Express.js tips in a channel? And somebody said, my number one tip is don't use Express. I'm going to say Fastify is too complicated. Engineers that are sophisticated enough to use Fastify shouldn't be using JavaScript. If you need performance, use Go. Duh. Maybe I'll get rid of the duh. I don't know. It's supposed to be kind of sarcasm. Sarcastic, a little sarcastic. Okay. There's also frameworks to provide compatibility with Express that are based on WebSockets.js, like HyperExpress. Bum 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 bum. Just here adding useful readmes and licenses on all of my GitHub repos. I don't know what that was in response to. It seemed like that just popped up. But maybe did you pause and then you probably paused in 2x and I probably asked some question. Anyway, yeah. Adding readmes. Good idea. Do it. I'm going to check and see if there's any other comments. Check over here. Nothing. Check over here. What do we got? Use enough middleware so that by the time your request gets to your handler, all preconditions are met. I actually love that. And that is one of the things that I wasn't going to say in that way, but I should. Let's see. I think this is what I refer to as gatekeepers at the gate, doorkeepers at the doors. But to be sure, could you give an example? I thought he was going to say something sarcastic too after that last sarcastic response. I thought he was going to say something like, use enough middleware so that by the time the request gets to your handler, it's been 3 seconds. But, yeah. Ethan gives good answers. Okay. All right, so okay, I got through that part. I was at npm run start. I was going to say something else. No, I don't think I need anything else to say about npm run start. I think that's it. But then I got to figure out how to do this. So I think I can transition to speaking of port. So yeah, because we've referenced 3000 here a couple of times. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, okay. All right. So don't commit config. All right, so number 3 is going to be don't commit config or secrets. I think the first thing I need to do on this one is actually reference 12-factor app. So let's see if we can bring that up real quick, because I have that on the Creeds of Craftsmanship. For those of you that don't know, I think it should be popping up in the chat. Yeah, software engineering. It's popping up in the chat every once in a while with this link, creedsofcraftsmanship.com. I'm going to make it into its own website maybe one day. For right now, it goes to this this GitHub issue where it's got lots of talks and stuff. And one of the things on here is the 12-factor app. And I think I agree with most of this stuff. There are some things I agree with all of it. Yeah, agreed with this. Dependencies. Store config in the environment. Yep. Maybe I should call it the 12-factor express. This is the one everybody fails. People like to develop on localhost with localhost rather than using domains and having all the appropriate security policies enacted. Interesting. I wonder what this is. I need to go through this again. I need to see somebody present on the 12-factor app. I need to read through the thing, but I need to 12-factor app. Interesting. Should probably look for one that doesn't have very many views. Let's see. Oh, okay. One-off process. I see what it's saying. Running database migrations. Running a console. Okay. I think I agree with this. Yeah, I gotta come back around and look at that again more. Let's just shorten this to don't commit secrets. It's not just about the secrets. If it's especially not secrets. There we go. That I can live with. Because it's really about not committing the config. That's the sin, is committing the config. And the consequence of the sinful mindset is committing of secrets. By the time you've committed secrets, you've already been down the dark path. Oh, I asked, what are you doing? Wait, but that doesn't make sense with nope. Or if I say, how are we doing? If I ask, how are we doing? That also doesn't make sense with nope. If I say, how are y'all doing? But I think I said, what are y'all doing? You said no. But it's probably, okay, got it. There's a lag. I'll blame it on the lag. Okay. So what was I going to do? So not secrets, not 12. Ah, yes, yes, yes. So I want to reference 12 factor. I, and I was hoping to get a screenshot, I think. Let me go back here to config. Store, config, and the environment. Could I get this? Um, yeah, I think in order to get the screenshot that I want to get, yeah, see, that I like the way that they phrase this here. I'm going to actually add some emphasis to this. I forget what it is. What is it? How do you add the emphasis? Is it highlight or something like that? I think it is highlight. I'm going to try highlight. Or mark. I think it's mark. There we go. Boom. Config confidence. Strict separation of config. I'm going to highlight that too. I'm going to change that from a strong to a mark. Maybe I should leave the strong in there as well. That's good enough. Everything that is likely. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing y'all what I'm doing here. So I'm just I'd right clicked on it, and then I've got my dev tools open, and then I'm just adding mark. Let's say, there we go, mark. Everything is likely to vary between, oops, and I'm actually going to have to edit this as HTML so that I can get it the way that I want it. Between deploys. Okay. Let's see. Can I make that any bigger? Nope. Can I make it any less wide? Maybe by one word there. Okay. So let's make this as big as I can make it. Screenshot it. Kind of dumb that I did that because I'm really not going to use this for that much. Probably wasted time on it that I could have been spending doing something more valuable, but these are the minutes of our lives. Oh, and that one. You know what? Crap. going to crop it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go crop it on the other screen real quick. Because that one I did Control-Shift-5 rather than a Control-Shift-4 so that it would capture the whole window. But then I actually didn't want the whole window. I didn't want the chrome. Literally, I did not want the chrome. So the chrome being all of the chrome. Very scientific definition. Let's just zoom in all the way here. Got to get it pixel perfect because you know that's important. Oh, good. Actually, what do we want to do here? I think I do want to drop this like it's how. Go. Why? Why am I doing this? Why am I pixel peeping? No one's going to notice. No one's going to care. It is a waste of time. But it's like, I gotta get it right to the border. Right to the border. Okay, now that I've wasted time of my life that I will literally never get back. Let me go ahead and just crop that there. Okay. I guess this whole presentation is time of my life that I will literally never get back. So, yeah, tomato, potato. I always refresh when I'm using Imgur to do my images because a lot of times it gives you the blob URL. So copy image address. Now I know that's going to be the right one. Okay, so img. I'm just going to put a little to-do for myself here. No, not that one. Whoops. And let's go ahead and copy this. This is 12 factor. And that, what was that img image? Oh wait, let's try my new macro. So I'm gonna cut this out right here. And then let's do ba-da-da-da. Hey, that actually deserved. Oh no! Ah! No! The soundboard's not hooked in. I didn't test that when we started the stream, but the soundboard's not hooked in. How can I make my awesome soundboard sounds if the soundboard's not hooked in? Let's see if it's probably not, in the past, has not worked well when I try to switch it midstream, but... Hey! It's a double! It's a double! Because it worked and it worked. There we go. Now the soundboard's plugged in. And I saw somebody subscribe, so thank you. Okay, now what was I doing before I... Got excited by distraction. There we go. And cool. That looks good. Kind of want to squish some of the black out of here and maybe remove some of the, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it alone. That's a low value activity. And I want to have a high value life. I do have a high value wife. Do I have a dad joke button on this? There we go. That's the best I've got in terms of a dad joke button. Or yeah. Okay. So that's good. And so then what I wanted to show was okay, I think this will have to do. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, let's just take 6 here. Let's see how that works. All right. So I am going to take from the 12 factor app, if I can get back to the website. I'm going to take the sentence 12factor.net. See what I can get here. Okay. Whoops. Go back. Save. Go back. Refresh. Bruh! 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 That's no good. See how this works out. You know, maybe. Whoops. Did that in reverse. Maybe I should go to my Vim config. And I should make another, let's see, insert HTTPS prefix. So small link for markdown. I'm just going to call this AJ's macros. Let me try this real quick and see if this works. So let's do Oops. All right, so cool. Oh, whoops, I need to do one more thing here. It's got to start with I. So, yeah, there we go. That's cool. Maybe. All right, so what we want to do then is, I think we do want this one to animate, if we can. The next one, maybe? Oh, these are, yeah, this is perfect. These are reasons why we don't want to do that. Oh, and I think I saw another message from Ethan. Oh, he just gave me 100% on my gatekeepers at the gates, doorkeepers at the doors response to his response. Okay, I think I need a break to get some lunch. All right, so let's turn this into a diff. So we want to have a plus, let port equals process.env.port. We have a minus here. Oh. Actually, I guess I don't really care about that. Being animated, but whatever. Okay, 1, 8, and 9. What is going on? There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think that's fitting. All right, so we're going to change the code. Bum, 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 bum. MRC. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to put the no-no list in a better place. There we go. So, and maybe let's start with, yeah, we'll start with security vulnerability because that's the more important one. And we need this to move up. I'm going to put this slide maybe right after the 12 factor slide. Trying to think about how I want to do this. Because I don't like that transition. I don't think that it handles this software handles nested lists very well. Let's see if we can just put some good old NBSPs in here and what that looks like. All right, does that look better? Oh, okay, cool. We can do that. The good old NBSP hack. No one ever regretted the NBSP hack. Non-breaking space, for those that don't know. And if I want that to just appear below, then I need to make this wider. I don't think it's working. I am. I wasn't expecting the door to open. It startled me. There we go. All right, then here's what we're going to do with this. This is going to be great. I don't want to do that, because then if I change the theme, that won't work. Font size 0. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Oh, except that it's not perfect. The reason being that it has to go here. So it probably needs a couple more of those. Let's try it out. Oh, whoops. What did I do? How did I mess this up? Oh, that was correct here. Dang it. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Just making slides. Oh, darn it. Bah. Maybe I should just use something. Maybe I should do the span thing. Font size 0, but then give it a width of a particular size. Maybe that would be a better idea than all these NBSPs. I think I'm going to try it. We're going to try it. I'm going to try it and see how it works. So font size 0, width equals 10 EM. Well, that won't work because the font size is 0 now, will it? How do we make the color transparent again? All right, we're gonna do the old tried and true again. Leave the old tried and true in place. All right. Hey, it worked. Kind of, sort of. I just got some of this stuff wrong. There we go. Or maybe I could just make the text. I don't know. I really don't want those dots there. But I'm not going to deal with it. Okay, so why don't we want to commit config? 12-factor app. It's a good reason. But more importantly, security vulnerability, even in private repos, and it's more difficult to share among colleagues and also more difficult to scale. There we go. That's good. I like that. Okay. Oh! All right, so I have described the problem. Now the next part is the solution. So here's the solution code. So solution code is use process.env m.env. And I actually like to put I think I might put this in there. Um, I like to um, have a or a config.js or an env.js that I can source. I think I'm going to put that maybe down at the bottom. All right. So we can skip this. Yeah, so we say update your code, then all this good stuff, and then this thing here. Okay, and then after that, I think we're ready to move on to the next one is going to be what? 4 is express.router. So is that 3 that we just did? 3 don't commit config. Don't use. There we go. The idea is you use the router, but I think the thing that catches the attention is that to say don't use the invocation of express. That's not what you use. Hold on, just 1 second. Get a little itch. Okay. Okay. So I think what I should highlight here, I gotta think, what should I highlight here? I think this code down below is part of. Where was my first code block? Maybe if we put a 0 of use strict. I think I will. I should just go to the MDN page on it or something. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I made a boo-boo. Hopefully it didn't cost me anything. But I was using my personal browser window rather than my Beyond Code browser window. I'm going to fix that mistake at this time. Ooh, thank you. Lovely wife, lovely life. Mm. Hey, sweetie, what are you doing? That's up to mommy. Will you please close the garage door? Mm. I think when I get halfway through with this, I think I'm gonna go hang out with the fam for a bit. Mmm. Look at that. That's a good sandwich. That is a good sandwich. Why isn't every sandwich this good? She's been holding out on me. Mm. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to put this here. Okay, so we're going to say use strict, and I'm just going to link to MDN strict or JavaScript strict mode. Ah! So I switched my browsers because when I became an affiliate, I decided to have a separate browser for streaming so I don't dox myself. You know, I used to have a wart. I think last time I streamed it might have, no. Anyway, I used to have a wart. I did a lot of searching about warts. That kind of search history I just don't want showing up in the autocomplete for the, for the streams. WA, looking for web sockets and warts, etc. That kind of thing. Anyway, okay, strict mode. Yeah, I don't really want to go over. Converting mistakes into errors, I think, is the big thing. Whoa. Um, yeah, I'm not really sure how to go about that. Whoops. Errors. All right. There we go. Good enough. So strict mode will be tip 0. There's some module that'll just no, I don't want make it load. I want wow. All these use strict removers. That's terribly sad. There we go. I should probably make one of these. Oh no, we don't want that. Nope. There we go. Here's a good candidate if you want to get your name on something in open source. Just updating documentation is an easy way to do it. So this right here says npm-i-g. Well, it's now npm install -- location equals global. Okay. Um, npm install -- location equals global. Be strict. Or automate that. There we go. All right. So we'll get that out of the way. Now we're up to use.env. Oh, a router. Router's where we're at. Okay, and this actually harkens back to that image. Yes, okay. Yeah, I think yeah, probably just use that again. I think I actually will go grab that comment. Express.js homepage. Really more of a README than a homepage. Okay, let me go grab this. GitHub Express. I lost a couple people over the sandwich. You know, some people actually have a genetic defect where when they hear the sound of someone eating, it grates against them like nails on a chalkboard. It's not because they're bad people. It's not something they can unlearn. It's an actual genetic defect. I don't know why that would be evolutionarily beneficial. But, yeah. Okay. I was looking back here for something. Oh, the... Okay. I think I may just use this right here. Okay. And then I'm going to imgur that. Let's see, how should I sign in? Let's sign in with Twitter. Maybe. Is there anything I'm signed in? Hmm. All right, phone number. Why do I gotta verify my phone? Ah, you were registering too quickly. Please try again later. Oh well. I guess I'll just go upload it in the other window here. What in the world? Image isn't loading. Ah. Mm. Mm. Okay, I'm just gonna close this out, and I'm gonna uh, that's kind of hilarious. Boom. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna open it back up. Opening back up because removing the README. There we go. Okay, I'm out of there. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Okay. Let me move. Let's see, can I provide ExpressJS PR 4971? That's what I have to do here. There we go. In this one, I think I'll show the difference first, maybe. I think in this one I should show the difference too. Eh, whatever. Okay, so now I'm going to need to use the auto animate stuff. Because now, let's see here. Oh, goodness. I'm not sure how I should structure this. So I think this is what we want it to look like. Let's see, what did it look like before, and then see if I can kind of pull those two together. So what it would have looked like before would have been like this. So what we need then is turn this into a diff. Well, let me make another copy of it. I'll bring that up to the 4, and then we'll make that into a diff. So the diff is going to be plus, plus, and plus. And then we're going to have a minus and a plus. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. So back to our trusty rusty example. Don't do it. Instead, let's see, I want to step through this somehow. There's 12 lines here. So it's going to be 1 through 12. And then we're going to use the animate to break that down a lot smaller. So this is going to be, first we'll look at, looks like 3. And then from 3, we'll look at 4 and 5. From 4 and 5. We'll look at 7. And then from 7, I guess actually here, we're looking at 3. You need to also look at 11. So there I was looking at 7, and then the next one we look at it would be 12. Okay, I think that is going to be right. Okay, So we're going to get rid of the definition of app, where we're going to create the server around the app. And then instead, we're going to use the router to create our app. And then Express is going to create our server, although I still don't like calling that server, but whatever. And then the server will use the app. And I also think that I want to... now this is the one case where I think omitting the path makes sense. Okay, and then we're going to create the server with the server. That makes sense. Okay. And then I think I'm going to link to Stack Overflow post. Yeah. I have a Stack Overflow about Express, the difference between a mini app and an app. I think I was the one that answered it. Might have been the one that asked it. Okay. What? Oh, interesting. My fork is showing up in search results because it happened recently. I don't know. Let's see. Where are the ones that I have answered on Express? Does it show me? Oh, motorcycles. Ain't nobody know what a motorcycle is. Is that a motorcycle? I don't know, maybe. It turns out that you don't want to get them all correct, because if you do, that means you're more likely a bot. I've had a problem of... Where was that? There we go. That's the one. Okay, do I want to take a snapshot of this as well? Let's go with this one. I'm going to add that over here to Mgur so I can put it in the presentation. See, y'all thought, oh, giving a presentation, that's a lot of work, but I wouldn't want to do it because I wouldn't want to be in front of people. No. You don't want to do it because if you're going to do it well, I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody's got a better way to do it than I do, but it just takes a long time. Very, very time consuming. All right, so why not? Why not is here. Stack Overflow. Was that called differences between express.router and app. What did I do for this one? Did I have a... Yeah, there we go. Blibbity blibbity. Okay, so maybe I don't want to use auto animate there. Let's see. Whoops. Okay, so why is this thing bad? Well, it's because top level state. Let's see. Top level state's bad. Server wrapping, which that's a yuck anyway. Whoops. This is a security issue. And what else? Then we have a sign post, like a street sign. No, we don't. Of course not. Just use the shuffle. There we go. And I'm not going to worry too much about the position changes. So we're going to go doot doot, doot 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 doot. All right, so how I use Express. So I might even mark that as bad or something. Don't do it. Why not do it? HTTP wrapping, server level state, that's only. Yeah, I think that I actually do want to provide an alternate version of this image that has the arrow pointing to that, or maybe just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm going to take the time to do it. It only takes 2 seconds. Okay, so here we go. Click the edit tool, click the arrow tool. Where'd the arrow tool go? Arrow tool's here somewhere. There it is. Arrow tool, boom. Then click on the text tool. And then I just put in a big X. Right. And we're done. Maybe make this a little bigger. Let the text still go. No, 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 no. Undo, undo. Undo, undo, undo. Make this bigger. Where's my font tool? There it is. Yeah, 64 is probably good enough. Okay. So this one is a different one. I actually want to make this different again. I'm just going to throw text on here and then save it. There's kind of a weird thing that happens when you duplicate an image. I want to undo this. Yeah. There we go. Now they should be saved to two separate images. There's a bug with the file system where if you duplicate an image and the two images are the same, and then you make changes to one, it actually makes changes to the other because they're kind of hard links of one another. And so I often follow this pattern of I make a change to an image, I duplicate the image, I save both images, it knows that they're both the same, then I say, oh, I want to restore the original image. You know, exactly what I did here. But anyway, just kind of works out kind of funny. Anyway, let's see. It's quitting time, y'all. Almost. All right, this is what we want to do here. Whoa, what happened? Why didn't it like that? I think it's just a GUFO. Let's open it back up and save again. Yeah, it's just a GUFO. GUFO shouldn't happen. Things should be reproducible. All right. Don't use Express. That right there. Separate internal state. So there's HTTP wrapping, server level state, adding APIs. Mixes, routing. Maybe I'll just get rid of this whole thing. Yeah, I think I do. I do want to get rid of all that. We're just going to go with the Stack Overflow image. And I think I'm going to just highlight in the Stack Overflow image and call that good. So let me grab that image back up. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. We're going to shapes. See if I can thin this out a little bit. Let's see if I can thin it out a little more even. Yeah, good enough. Nope, I'm going to use arrows. I'm going to go back to thick, and I'm going to have a line here. That's maybe too big of a line. And then just throw some arrows on there for good measure. Can I reach your big mater? Where is your big mater? She runs off to get it. Why does she want me to know if I can reach it? If she's running off to get it. All right. Anyway, okay. Save, file, duplicate, paste something else. Save, undo, undo, undo. Save, undo, 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 undo. Save. Okay, cool. I'm going to bring those back in. You know, we could get a little more conversation going, y'all. Or we couldn't. Either way. But I recognize while I'm working on images, it's not super entertaining. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Who am I to judge? What do I know about entertainment? Nothing. I know nothing. All right. Oh, that's not what I want at all. Let's go back to those auto things. Where is he?
Baby brother can't. Anyways, we're gonna go.
All right. Okay, so this is the thing we don't want to use. This is one of the reasons why. In reality, it should just be removed entirely. All right, so this is what we do instead. Very simple change. So you're adding a grand total of, you're subtracting 2 lines and you're adding 4 lines. So it increases the example size by 4 lines. That's the problem. Okay. All right, so now we're done with that one. Now, oh gosh, use express error handling. All right, that's the next one. So now we're at 5. Use error handlers. I'm going to put my little AJism in here. Let errors bubble until they burst. Correct or classify, but do not catch. Okay, so let's show a bad example. I just kind of want to jump straight to the good example, honestly. No, we need to show the bad example. All right, so app.get function. What are we going to show on this? we're gonna show rec and res. Then there's gonna be I don't know. What do we do? I'm trying to think of a good example of how, error code. Basically, you end up with this code that looks like this. Um, some sort of something or other happens, and you check if error, res dot error. Oh, this is what it looks like. It's the worst. This is what people do. They'll put these huge, gigantic blocks like this, which is just tarted. I can't do it. Can't do it. Okay, so there we are. So this is what we don't want. And they'll do some sort of try catch or some such, Try. This is what they'll do. And this kind of all goes together, so we can do this. Catch E. Message. Had a bad day. All right. So that's what we don't want. This is bad. And let me go ahead and we'll just put an X on that one. And then here's the good example. Oh, by the way, I have not been checking chat recently. Let me go check the chat. Not a lot of chat activity. That's okay. But again, feel free, ask a question. Say hello. Don't do anything at all. So here's what we'll do. We'll say had a good day. Smile. There we go. A little check mark here. And this is the magic right here. Oh, and a little reminder from me to myself to you. If you like what you like, you get more what you like. So if you do like the smooth sound of my voice, if it's helping you fall asleep while you're driving home from work or on the other side of the world or whatever it is, consider like, sub, follow if you want to. Okay, air, rec, res, next. Okay, so I was going to talk about that .env stuff for other things too. Maybe I'll talk about it when I say use JSON. Yeah, I think I'll talk about it then. I need to go make a note to myself down here towards the bottom. Okay, so when we talk about the .json, whoops, we also need to talk about the server.use if Development is node env server.use pretty2 or something. I forget what it is. It doesn't matter. We'll come back to it later. Oh wait, how did this come about? Use error handlers. What? What the hoodly hoopla? There you go. Okay, what was this one supposed to be anyway? Down here. This one is supposed to be um, 8. Use JSON. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm losing steam. My energy level is low. Okay. All right, so this is the bad example. The good example is going to be this one where so if bad day row error had a bad day row error. You know what? Maybe this is what we should do for the good example. Well, this is not really the good example, but well, yes. I'm thinking that because that using a try catch is the wrong thing to do in the first place. We just don't want to try catch. I guess maybe I can just leave it out then. Or give that as a secondary example. I think that's what I'll do. I'll give it as a secondary example somewhere else. Yeah, I think I'll move this down. Eh. Leave it there. Okay. So bad example. And then good example. Okay. All right, I think that looks better. And I kind of wanted to show, let's see. All right, okay, I got this. I got this. Handle errors. Okay, so that makes sense. So, yeah, we can have that there. As long as it goes last, it's fine. What else could I show? We could, we can scope. Okay. So we could scope an error. Hmm. Okay, that makes sense. Does anybody know of a good software engineer, well-known software engineer who's codified this thing about errors? Because it's kind of one of those well-known things. You want to let errors bubble up, but I don't know if anybody that's come up with a cute saying for it or is really well known as being, yeah, this is how you do error handling. That's essentially the message, I think. That's it. I'd like to find somebody else aside from myself who has this kind of saying. Gonna end with that again. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can. Maybe a little side note here about error handling. I don't know. Hmm. Also, I had thought about previous slide I need to get back to. Okay, there we go. That's the extra idea I wanted to snap off there. Okay, do I want to include anything else about error handling here? I kind of do because I feel like it's one extra slide and it's kind of important. Let's talk about okay. Let's see. O user equals error dot code. Okay, so imagine some login code. Let's see. Maybe I should talk about a wait first. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I can switch the order of things later. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I think this is a good example. Same user. Imagine some bad sign up UI. Same user. Existing user. Good credentials. Oh yeah, you know what? I've seen this on Google Sign In. Oh. So we'll just say side note here. Side note. Um, let's see. So get rid of this one. Now let me see if this fits. So this it doesn't really belong in this presentation. Maybe I'll move it, but this is a really good example of it is a perfect example for an error handler. Okay, so here's the side note. So imagine you got some bad sign up UI, you know, um, and I'm gonna say, same UI, for sign up, sign in, and then, then let's say Google, so you got the Facebook or the Google sign in, username, password. Oops. I'll explain this in just a second. It's in my head, but okay. So you got some bad sign up UI. So it's going to be the same, basically it's the same form, whether it's sign up or sign in. And maybe you got the Google button and the Facebook button both on the sign up and the sign in. And you got the username and password on both the sign up and the sign in. And so somebody goes there and they just click the log in with Facebook or log in with Google, or they put in their username and password. And then what happens next is you say, oh, user already exists, which I should probably just kind of make a note up here. A really terrible error would be user already exists. Searchly. I need to find an actual picture of a UI where oh, that didn't work out well. I'm missing, whoops. I'm missing this. And I'm missing this. No, I'm not missing this. I'm missing that. There you go. Okay, so here's the scenario. This is kind of the canonical scenario here. Let's see if we can do this. So you got some bad sign up UI, and so you've got the same UI. You got to sign up and the sign in on the same form. Oh, whoops, this is wrong. Let me go back here. All right, here we go. So the sign up, sign in are the same form. On that form, you got your Google and your Facebook sign in on the same form, and then you got username and password on the same form, and then you click on the Google thing and it says user already exists. Well, duh, this is not a problem. So instead, what you could do is you could check see, is user exists the error code? And if that's the error code, then you could correct that error. Okay, user exists. There we go. There, this is the way it should look, like this. So if the error isn't that the user exists, then you could throw that error. Otherwise, you can just try doing the user login. That's what I want to communicate. And then I can get rid of all this. Okay, so I got my little side note here. Yeah. Okay, so next thing is use await. All right, let's do this one, and then I'm taking a break. I've been working on this presentation for hours. I should probably break this down into 12 presentations. If anybody has some suggestions as to how to turn this into a really, really good lesson material, you let me know. All right, so the next thing is going to be use. Wait, this is 6, not 7. So this is going to be use await. And trying to think. So we're gonna get something. Yeah, maybe I should just move that side down somewhere else. Or maybe that should, yeah, maybe that should be a bonus. I really do think the await's gonna have to come first, but let me just get through this first. And this is really the most important bit here is the error handling. Use await correctly. All right, so here's the bad example. Well, maybe this does go here. All right, try, let, you know. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna have this thing, and we're gonna have this try catch. I'm gonna use wait. So there's the bad example, and then let's do the good example. So the good example would actually be that we have to use promise dot resolve dot then and then dot catch next. And this one is going to have the async in that. All right, so here's the good one. Okay. All right, so this won't work because it doesn't catch the error. Error user if error next error return. Okay, yeah, this is a good story because this is, well, here's how to do with callbacks. You know, don't use callbacks. Don't ignore errors. Don't try async code. This is just antithetical to the design. Okay. Foreman's Express V5 upgrade. Express V5 will never happen. There we go. And then I'm going to show the other example, which was going to be the diff, maybe. Let's do JS on this one, and then do the diff. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, and 7. So 1, 2, and 7 is what we're looking at here. And then we're going to get rid of app equals express.router. And we're going to do require async router. Is it at root async router? There we go. Okay. I think that might be it. Is that all we need for the async await? I think it is. All right, Express. Okay, after this one, I'm taking a break. Okay. Kind of. Kind of want these to go into one another. All right, so don't use callbacks. So here's callback code. And then maybe, let's make that a little bit cleaner. We'll add just kind of the 2 here. Well, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 8. No, 6 and 9. There. All right, don't ignore errors. Ah. Okay, don't try on async. That's right. Think. So we got don't try on async. Don't crazy catch. Dot catch next. What do you do in that situation? Because that actually, if not user return. Let do more stuff. Dot catch next. stuff. All right, so let's see here. I want lines 2, 3, 4, and 5. No, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Let's go add lines to everything. So this one would be 2. This one would be 2. Wait. Don't ignore errors. Oh, okay. This one would be 2, 4, 5, 6. This one would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so this one would be 2, 3, and 5, 6, I think. Let's take a look. There we go. Okay, why did it not like this one? Oh, because everything's indented too much. There we go. Oh, no. These two are indented too much. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think that does it. There's the first half of the presentation. It only took me 4 hours. Hey, and I got through 6 of them. That's wonderful. Almost 5 hours, actually. Oh, man. I just saw some really bad news pop up in my feed. There's some evil people in this world. Evil, evil people. Okay, I'm gonna look at some other distracting stuff for a minute. I'll come back and then I'll probably sign off. Okay. All right, so let's just kind of take a look at this presentation from the top. All right. I'm going to have to update some of the boilerplate here. Okay, Express Pro Tips. Master the basics. All right, these are my top 12 tips we're going to go through. And then I probably should just throw helpful resources down in the middle. And then probably just omit base tags. So 0, use strict. And the reason for this is that it converts mistakes into errors. That's actually a quote from MDN, so let me go ahead and add the quote marks on that. And then Let's take that back a little bit. Walk it back, walk it back. Okay, there we go. And I'm not going to go into the details of it, but you can check out the MDM page on it. I just want to let you know that every file ought to start with use strict. All right. What that looks like is you just add use strict to it. If you want to, you can install this be strict module and then just run be strict in your project and it'll be strict. All right. Also, there's some stuff like prettier, TSC, just general tooling, but that's for another time. Okay, so rule number one is use nodes HTTP. When you go to the Express website, you see that it looks kind of like this here, and it gives you this really bad example with an app.listen. Don't do this. I think I'm gonna. I'm going to go ahead and just annotate that with a don't do this. Boop. Now let me go ahead and duplicate this and then do anything so that it becomes a different file. And then do this. And then undo this. And I will just go ahead and change that link real quick. Copy image address. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. The reason you want to do that is because it breaks WebSocket compatibility. It's a useless abstraction, meaning that you're saving the amount of keystrokes you're saving is not. It's equivalent to the amount of the number of lines you're saving is equivalent to the number of lines you had to have anyway. And it's just confusing to the reader because it looks as though it's using an HTTP server, and actually it's some sort of custom Express object that has no benefit other than that it is a few characters short of type. So instead, you can just require HTTP and then create your HTTP server with the app and then listen on the HTTP server. And you can smudge that all into one line if you wanted to, but readability. So let me just smudge that all in one line if you wanted to. So let's just change this one here to a warning. No real benefit there. Okay, number two is using npm run start. So this is really simple because all you got to do is change your project from being index.js to your file that has your server in it to be named index.js to being named server.js. And if you do that, then you can do run npm start and then any flags you want to pass. So I think what I want to do this npm run start. Okay. All right, so once you do that, you can run npm start to start the project. This is good because it's a common convention. Let's see, why is this good? A nice common convention. So it's a nice common convention. I guess there's not, I don't know if I actually have a really good reason for why to do that, other than that it's a nice common convention. It's kind of expected. All right. So let me say fixed nodes path. Let's just put one of those in front of that. And, there we go. Okay, cool. All right. Don't commit your config, especially not secret. So there's this thing called the 12-factor app, which is kind of what started this idea. And it's got a lot of really good pragmatic advice on it. I'd recommend anybody check it out. May actually cut out, may crop this a little bit more. Let me see. There we go. Now it's not there. Okay, good. All right. And it's a convention a lot of people follow. It's got a lot of really good advice. I highly recommend you read it. And the config section specifically talks about your config is everything that's likely to vary between deploys or environments or people. And that what we want is a strict separation of config from code. So you're not committing your config into code. And a good litmus test for this is that if you were to make your code, your code open source at any moment, you wouldn't compromise any credentials. And that that anybody else would be able to run that project on their machine as well. Okay, so we don't like having the config primarily because of the security vulnerability, and even in private repos, because you find out that you may at some point open source some part of some project or some part of a project, and if you've kept its Git history, that might show up there. But also, I think more importantly, it just makes it more difficult to share. It makes it a less reproducible environment, and then also more difficult to scale. So, as an example of what we're already violating in our little example app here is our listening on port 3000. If port 3000 is a very common port used in examples, so if somebody is running two instances of a program that runs on port 3000, of course that's not going to work. That port's not going to be available. So you don't want to hard code even the silly things like the config. So what we could do instead is we use process.env. Process.env is every program has an environment. It has environment variables. These are the variables that are available to it, whether it's in Docker or it's on your local computer or whatever. So what we can do is say, okay, we're going to use the environment variable for port, and we're going to listen on that environment variable rather than listening on port 3000. Now, to create that, we need to have a .env file. Okay, .env file. how to modify the environment. I think we need another, whoops, there we go. Let's see, how to modify the environment. All right, so how to modify the environment. So the first thing you want to do is update your .getignore, and you want to put in your .env and your .env.star so that whatever config you put in these files, you don't accidentally end up committing to your repository. And you create a file, and it's very simple key value file. It's based off of POSIX shell syntax. So it'll be all caps variable name equals some value. I should go ahead and just put that in quotes so that all values are strings. Yeah, it's good. It's just a good way to go about it. Okay. So all right. So the reason for this is allows follows the spec. Allows multi-line strings. Okay. So that one, update your, this probably needs to be better. I think I will actually change the order of these. Okay, this should have this should have this. And we will make this one. I'll just make it double number one. Also number one. Let's see here. All right, so one, you create a .env with your config and your secrets too, and also number one, you want to make sure your .getignore includes .env and .env.star. Git templates already include this. So then when you update your code, like we've shown before, oh, whoops. And then where is the config.js? And sometimes I like to have a config.js looks something like this. Oops. All right, 2 through 3. 1 through 3. There we go. All right, that actually would be a 1 through 5. There we go. Okay. All right. So then you got .env versus .env. Versus .env. Okay. Okay, and so then give me 3 more minutes, we. Okay, maybe let's make it 5. Yeah. Okay, so update top level files to use it, and cloud and cloud services have their own thing. I think that's a good way to express it. Okay, so we got .env versus .env. What do I mean by that? Okay, versus vaults. So what I mean by that is there's a command .env, and that command actually, let's see, command .env, and you use it. Let's see, you .env. Yeah. And you use it in front of the command. So you do .env npm run start, and then that will load the env file into the environment that the program's running into. And the reason that this one is nice is that it follows the spec, it allows multi-line strings, and allows the export prefix. Okay. Now .env from npm It's not 5 minutes yet. Hold on. Go ahead. Okay. So let's see. Top. What is this error that's giving me? Can't go after it. Ah. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'll have a muffin. I certainly will. All right. Well, why don't you put it on the table, sweetie? I'll come get it. All right. So we're going to require.env and config path.env. All right. And then cloud services have their own. Hey, I am just about to sign off. I've gotten halfway through the presentation. So it's gonna hopefully it'll be a good one tomorrow. what the heck did I just do? I was looking at what? Okay, cloud services have their own thing. All right. I don't need any animation there or there. Or here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I was. So you can see here, this is my, oops, kind of my tips. And so these ones are now done. These ones are not yet done. Maybe I should have left that on the screen a little longer. But it's also in the presentation. I just pushed the presentation, so if you want to take a look at this, let me go grab the link again. So basically, anytime something is asynchronous, you need to use async await, or you should. You don't. It's not required because it wasn't built into the language at the beginning. But yeah, it's just think of it like this. At Walmart, you stand in line and you wait until the cashier checks you out. And the only reason Walmart can function at all is that there are many, many lines for the customers. When you go into Starbucks, you do not wait in line. You go up to the barista, you'd say, I'd like a vanilla frap, and you sit down. And after a while, they call you back and say, AJ, or number 57, or whatever it is they say, and they call you back and you pick up your order when your order is ready. So that in code that's what async is. Synchronous is when you literally sit there and wait for nothing to happen. And asynchronous is when you don't have to wait while things are not happening. You just continue to run more useful code, and then when it's convenient, you have a function that will get called when the code is ready. And await is a little bit tricksy because it makes it look as though nothing is going on in the context of what you can read. It looks as though I did something and on the next line it's ready, but in reality, the await lets all of the other code run. So await is syntax sugar for a function. Okay. I'll redo this if you weren't here for this. I mean, I was just going over this part. I need to go through this pretty quickly though. Let's see here. Okay. So, all right, so the purpose of .env is that you don't want to commit config, especially not secrets. This is part of, I think, is popularized by the 12-factor app, which is a creed. It's also on the creedsofcraftsmanship.com, where you can take a look at 12factor.net. And specifically, it's a section about config, store config in the environment, which means that anything that if the project were to be made open source, anything that someone might want configured differently on their system, or might be in conflict with something on their system, or that you wouldn't want them spending your money, any of those things, those are what should be environment variables, or envs. Env. So the .env is where you store that. So we kind of said this. So it's a security vulnerability to store config and API keys, even in private repos, so don't do it there. It's more difficult to share, like I said, and it's more difficult to scale. So those are the reasons that we don't want to put that in there. So if we look at this really typical example, apps sometimes store config as constants in the code. This is a violation of 12-factor. So just the mere fact that we have this 3000, that is config. That could come into conflict on somebody else's system. And so this should be in an environment variable. It is a configuration of the port. So if we were to use envs, we would just assign a variable to process.env.port, assuming port, there's nothing magic about port. This is what we're going to name the variable that we're going to create. And then we would just swap out listening on 3000 for listening on port. And then we can commit that code. That code no longer has anything special about it, that's in violation of this. And so then the question is, well, how do we modify the environment? How do we get this port to mean what we want it to mean? And the answer to that is, there's a few different ways to do it, but when we're talking about programming, you create a .env file that has your config in it. So you say port equals, and then everything's a string. So in this case, 3000. And so you can also put your secrets in there. So your secret API key equals ABC123, whatever. So you create this file, this .env file, literally called .env, and then you just put key value pairs in there. All caps, key name, variable name on the left, and then string value on the right. And that's all that it is. But you also, number one priority as well, you need to update your .getignore so that your .getignore will ignore .env and .env.star, because oftentimes you'll have a .env.local, .env.production, .env. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I will eat this momentarily. I do a .env.secure so that when I'm streaming, or .env.secrets, so that when I'm streaming, I never open the .env.secrets on stream. And like I said, so then, you update your code, and then this port now refers to whatever is in that .env file. Well, how does that happen? I was going to say one more thing. Sometimes I like to abstract that one more layer, just so that I don't have process.env everywhere. Well, no, I'm going to remove this slide because I don't like that. To do. I'm just going to put a little to do in here because there is big.js to do. Because the point here is you want to basically constrain. You want to constrain where you're using this process.env. whatever. Because otherwise you'll end up with all over your app, you'll just have a bunch of globals, and then that'll be obnoxious and from the code perspective. So let me get out of there. So then you've got, so you basically have a program that will read the file and load it into process.env, either from the outside or from the inside. And there's a program, and then there's the vaults, which is how the cloud systems do it. So there's a program that is called .env. You can get it from webinstall.dev/env. I'll even put that in here. Curl. Just go ahead and put, what was it? Boop. Boop. I didn't mean to do that. Let me undo that. Okay. All right, so I know, sweetie, I know. All right, I'm gonna have to go here in a second because I'm gonna go soon. Anyway, so you can have this .env command which will read the .env file and then run your program, and that's what this does. So you once you install it, oops, I put install and run, install and run, whoops, install the .env command, and then this should actually, no, it doesn't do that. Run your code with the .env command. Run whatever with the .env command. There we go. There we go. That's a little bit easier on the. So you just run whatever with the .env command. So if you're going to run npm run start, you instead run .env npm run start. So actually, let me just put this as diff. So minus plus. There we go. So instead of running npm start, you run .env npm run start. Okay. And the reason that you want to use this command is that it follows, there's actually a spec for .env, and this command follows that spec. It allows the export prefix, which I didn't show here, but basically you have the option of in the config file. I will just come up with the example of this here to show this. So this would be sh file export port equals 3000 export RSA key equals key start ABC 1 2 3 do key end. So it could be something like that, for example. So this is per spec, this is a valid .env file, but if you use the npm version of .env, it would read the config file and it will just change process.env. The order of precedence is such that it will, if it's already set, it won't set over it. So .env files have an order. The first wins. So I should probably make a note of that. Just note first .env wins. Overwritten. There we go. What'd I do? I broke it. All right, so cloud services have their own thing. Hold on. Uh-oh. Update top level files to use it. Update top level files to use it. And why did this break? What? Wait, am I? Yeah, I'm on the right thing here. There we go. Anyway, so process.env won't be overwritten means that if something exists on process.env, which is actually part of the execution environment, not specific to Node, if you load an env file, it won't replace the thing that's already there. So they load in order, first one wins. So first .env to load wins. Okay. And then the cloud services have their own thing, so that you don't upload your .env file to a cloud service. Well, effectively you do. You could probably copy and paste it for any of the good ones. But they call it a vault. What does GitHub call it? GitHub Secrets Vault. So they intend it for secrets, but you can use it for any config. And you just add key value pairs into the config, and then they load it into the environment. Okay. Anyway, I have not tried NeoVim. I still have not I've not yet heard anyone tell me why I should use NeoVim. People mention NeoVim and they say try NeoVim, but I've yet to hear an argument as to why I should try NeoVim. So if you have a good reason why I should try it, then maybe I'd try it. Okay, so I'm just continuing to go through this thing. I'm doing the presentation for myself anyway. I'm going to get through the 6. Okay, so the next thing was don't use the invocation of express. And what I mean by that is this thing here. So again, on the README, they have all these little cutesyisms where they just cut out stuff for no reason. And so you do not want to do app equals express. You should never use routes on the result of the express invocation. The reason for that is that basically it is not composable and not reusable. And that is, and maybe I should move this composable. Just try something like this here. Okay, so it's not composable, it's not reusable, it doesn't work the way that it looks like it does from those silly examples. And so a good example of this is if you set any of the state variables, such as trust proxy. As a beginner, you won't use these. This is why they lied it out of the examples, because, it doesn't matter. It's just a little shortcut. What could it hurt? But it can become a big problem, especially a big security concern, because if you set a variable in the top level server that Express gives you, and you naively use Express in the way that it appears to work, then you will end up with potentially multiple servers that do not carry their state forward. And if it's something like trust proxy, which is a security bit, that could be problematic. So, so basically you want to avoid that. I'll show you why in just a second, but I want to go over, so why is the example on the Express page so bad? This is the person that currently maintains it. He said, in reality, these examples should just be removed. The express.com site is the site of the documentation. Hey, what's up, Homer? Homer, TTDI. I don't know what that means. Anyway, so that's, but this is what it looks like. So basically, you just get rid of the line where you're doing the app express and creating the server on the app, and instead you name it correctly what it is. You can create your app from the express.router, because that's what you really want. Whenever you see examples of app, what you're looking at almost always are the examples of the router, not the examples of the express server. So you create your express server differently, and you have your express server use the app as a middleware, and this is the correct way to do it. It makes sure that none of the state issues occur. It's a little tiny thing, but yeah, it's whoops. Let me go figure out what happened there. Create server. Is it just because one of the, is the last? Okay, so the last one. This is one of the things I don't like about this tool, is that it's a little bit confusing about how it does the auto stuff. Okay. So there we go. And then you just pass that in the server and you're good. Okay. So number 5 is use error handlers. So Express has built-in error handlers. And the thing you want to remember is, it's just a little catchphrase, or not catchphrase, but little thing. Homers. Homer is fine. Okay. Hey, Homer. So I'm practicing the presentation for myself. I've got through the first 6 sections, and I got another 6 sections. But I'm going to take a break before I do this. So let errors bubble until they burst. Correct or classify, but do not catch. And I'll kind of show you what I mean with that. But so first of all, let's just talk about just bad Express code. So here is an example where you'll see this all the time. People do a try catch, and then they they catch and they respond to the error in the catch block. And this is a really bad idea. This leads to messy code where it becomes very difficult to categorize your errors and tell where errors came from and which errors what, because you are doing all of this custom error code all throughout the application. So we don't want that. And I think that I will had a bad day. Let's see. Let's just do lines 2, 3, 4. Let's do 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 through 7. I think that's all we want to highlight here. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, so the big thing is this one right here. Is this, and we could probably even skip over the return. This is the important stuff right there. Okay. This is a presentation for tomorrow. I'm presenting at Utah Node.js, and I got another presentation that I'm going to be presenting at the Utah JS conference, which I've been working on as well. But I just figured I'd stream while I was working. For teaching noobs how to write Node. This one's on Express. I just linked. I'll link to it again. The link is not the most up-to-date version because I'm editing it on Express.js Pro Tips slides. That's what this one is. And so you can see I'm editing here locally, but I did just push recently, so most of this is the same. Anyway, all right, so this is not good because you just end up with messy error handling. That's really the bulk of it. Messy error handling all over the place. Error handling is one of those things you want to centralize. It's going to be related to logging and stuff too. Anyway, so I'm going to, whoops, I just, see, for God, you ask me about NeoVim, and I tell you why I haven't tried NeoVim, and then you still don't give me any reason why I should try NeoVim. This is the problem. No one can tell me how or why. Anyway, okay. So this is good error handling, and I'm actually going to show. So the thing that's good about this, so we can do 2, and then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5 through 99 will work just as well. Okay. All right, so the important thing here is we just do nothing. If you just do nothing, then the error handler will take effect, and then you have to define the error handler. And the error handler must come after whatever errors. You can't put the error handler before. It must come after. And the error handler must have all 4 of these, must accept all 4 of these arguments, the error, request, response, next. And so then here, this is where you can make your response of had a bad day or whatever. Let's see. What do I need to do about this? What's the difference between these? I don't know what the difference is. I think it was just an accident, maybe? I think that was an accident. I don't think there's anything different about these two. Okay, except for what I typoed. All right. And so you could also... Oh, no. I was doing something different. Let me go back to that. All right, so what I was going to emphasize here is 1 and 4, I think. Maybe it was 1 of 5. Yeah. So what I was going to emphasize here is that you can scope the error handler so that you could have different routes that have different error handlers. And then you could have, let's see, you can also put error handling in line. So I think this kind of needs, this looks kind of funky the way that it's written. I think I'm gonna put this better. Get, you know, get stuff. So let's do 1 and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 7 through 99, I think. Yeah. All right. So we can have our error handler in line. And then if you want to classify the error or catch the error, you also call next. Okay, and then lastly, so if you discover some sort of error condition, rather than handling the error condition within the route, which I think, again, whoops, let me go to the bad day. Hold on. Bad day. There we go. Just for the sake of, oh, this is actually done. I want this to look a little better. We're going to put the rec and res in here. And then we're going to do with this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 through 6. Yeah. Except that I actually, why isn't this? Oh, right. There we go. Now it's being formatted properly. All right. So we can throw an error, or we can next an error. All right, so we can throw it. I'm just going to highlight only the throw in this one. So that would be, what was that? That was on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. But then I also want to take this one. Let's say 5 and 6. And I'm going to go with caution on this one. So, you could also, instead of doing a throw, you could also do a next on the error and return, but I don't think that this is semantically correct for JavaScript, or it doesn't seem as good form. Then you have to remember to have that return there, which is kind of annoying. And so a little bit more about what I mean. Okay, let me check comments real quick. Cool doesn't need a reason. Ha, ha. New Vim comes with a more modern and complete default configuration, which tends to be expected by new users. That sounds good. Key feature is asynchronous plugins, mostly compatible with Vim. So all of Vim's plugins are asynchronous. They don't necessarily work that well. I find that I upgraded to Ale because it's asynchronous, and asynchronous plugins are the new hotness or whatever, but I actually find that I don't like the asynchronous behavior of the plugins because it's not instant. And because I think the idea is that, if we have asynchronous plugins, then the user can be typing and we do auto hinting and all that type of stuff. And that kind of stuff annoys me because there's too much latency. It's too much just jitter. It's just noise to me. And so I actually don't like those. And then I find, at least in Vim, a lot of times the asynchronous plugins, by the time they activate, it's possible for me to take multiple actions and then the plugin to be behaving, to not debounce correctly. And so sometimes the linter plugin will occasionally, it will run on a buffer that I've already moved on from. So I might have saved real quick, realized, oh wait, I need to change this, and then saved again. And then I'll get a mixed buffer. I'll get a buffer that is a mix of the correction that the linter or prettier tool was running and that I had typed myself. So maybe that is just a problem with them, but most of the asynchronous stuff, I don't think I actually like it, because it would be better if it were synchronous. It would be better if it was just faster rather than it being slow and doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. Well, asynchronous. You're being clever, but I don't quite get it. I think it's because you said haha, so I don't get it. This is the appropriate use of asynchronous. I'm very literal, mind you, especially when it comes to code. So some things that people think are funny, I don't always get. Anyway, so onto this. So let errors bubble until they burst, correct or classify, but do not catch. I'm repeating that again, and I want to just kind of make a side note on this as to what I mean by that I think I can demonstrate really well. So imagine a really bad sign-up UI. Bad sign-up UI uses words like sign up and sign in right next to each other that almost look identical, and the forms are pretty much identical. So they've got the same Facebook and Google sign-in, and they got the same username and password, and the only difference is one's a sign-up form, the other's a sign-in form. And they really are functionally, or they're aesthetically, they're almost no different. And functionally, it doesn't make sense for them to be different. Because if I click the sign in with Google button on the sign up form, I should not get user already exists and then have to click back and then have to click sign in again. So what does this have to do? No, seriously, So what does this have to do with what we're talking about? Well, this is what I mean by correct or classify, but do not catch, is that we should have been able to say, okay, if the error code is not user exists, then throw the error in our error handler. This would be a correction. So if the user exists is the error code, then the correction that we can take is that we can just log in the user. So if they put in a password and they're an existing user and it's the same password that they log in with, or if they're logging in with Google sign-in, if they're an existing user, we can just log them in. And so this is what I mean, is that you want to use error handling strategically, that if you catch, the purpose you catch is not to handle it in some obscure area of the code with a random error that's outside of the normal erroring process, but rather to either correct an error so that it's in a bad state, but it could be in a good state, or to classify an error, meaning that you're adding additional information to the error so that the main error handler can do something better with it. And then that takes us on to using await correctly and using await catch. So what you're going to see is a lot of old codes out there that use callbacks. You don't want to do that. You don't want to use a callback, because it's more boilerplate. It's bloat that doesn't help you. It makes it more. This does not add to the readability of the code. I'm all for adding lines of code when it actually helps the readability, but it doesn't really help the readability of the code. It's just a lot of boilerplate to have to, okay, I'm going to have a callback and it's going to have an error and I'm going to check the error and then I'm going to return the error. We want to reduce the number of places where we have to handle these types of situations. So if, whenever you can avoid it, you want to not use callbacks if there's a promise option. Use that. You also don't want to ignore errors. So here's another mistake: is you use async function, but Express was made before that was well understood. And so what will happen if you do this is if this generates an error, the error will just be ignored. It'll just go into nowhere land, or potentially crash the node process. One of the two. Hopefully crash the process, but possibly just go into nowhere land. And so you don't want that to happen. And Express 5 is supposed to have async support, but Express 5 is never going to happen. Express is now a dead project. And then you shouldn't try on async. So you might say, okay, well, I can wrap this all in a try catch, but then we're back to that whole problem that we had with the callbacks where you're just adding a lot of extra code that's not helping readability. It's just more stuff that you have to trace through and more indentation. So you don't want to do this. So what do you do? Oh, and then of course, what you could do then is you could just do the semantically correct thing of wherever you have an await, have a matching dot catch, because this makes sense. If you have an await, do a dot catch. But then the problem is that you end up with just a bunch of lines where every line that is awaitable, you have a dot catch on, which makes sense kind of, but you should just be able to let those errors bubble up and not have to catch them to next them. Oh, and by the way, that is wrong. That needs to have a next in there. Let me see about that. So this would have a next. Let's see what else. This would then have a next. Which means this would need a next. Which means this would need a next. Okay, let me get all the nexts in there. Catch some of the errata beforehand. It's not really my style to practice the presentations before I give them, but I'm doing it. I'm catching some of the errata beforehand. Okay, now that kind of stinks because that doesn't fit on the screen anymore, but whatever, we'll go with it. Can I make this shorter? Yeah, let's just do this. We're going to remove creds from this. Just call it off instead. Yeah, we'll just eliminate that all over the place. Okay, so now that fits on the screen again. All right, so what do? Well, this is a little bit boilerplatey, but you essentially, if this is code that you were going to export as a library and you're going to export it somewhere else, this is what I'd recommend doing. Is you just use the standard promise, .resolve, put your async function, and then have a .catch next. And so then you can do all the things. Let's see, what was it, do stuff? I don't know, wait, do stuff. Where was my crazy catch? Don't crazy catch. All right, so this is actually what I want to show is we can put this there, we can put this there. We're going to put another one of these. So So this one, I said 5 through 6, but I just changed that. So now this is going to be what? 7 through 8? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Okay, and then we're going to swappy do it. Because I want to be able to show... Okay, now let's just show the code that's in here. Because it seems like a lot of boilerplate when it's in a slide. Because you've only got a few things going on. But so that would be 4 through 6 right there. 4 through 6. Okay. All right. So you just put this little bit of wrapper around each function. And you can make a function that does that wrapper for you. And then you can put all your stuff inside and you can have as many awaits as you need. And then they're all going to be handled by the dot catch here. And of course, in a slide, it feels like, oh no, I have to put 2 lines of code. Ah, terrible. But, in practice, you're not writing code to fit on slides. So, you might have a little bit more meaty stuff in there. Anyway, and then the best way to handle this, I think, is to use at root async router. And I am going to go ahead and just have this animate in like this. So I can say that first. Yeah. There we go. And then maybe I'll even throw this in as well, like that. Let's try this. And then that means we're going to have to replace this one here, like this. Oops. Okay, and then all you got to do is just replace the use of the express the Express router directly with the async router, which just wraps it with some async functions. So it's only about 50 lines of code. It's very thin, very small. It's not doing anything dangerous or crazy. And then that gives you the ability to just, whoops, that needs to be async, to just run async functions in here directly. Okay. So that's it. All right, those are my, that's 5 hours on the first 6 tips. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna go grab some dinner and then do another 6 hours on the next 6 tips. Ugh. We'll see. You said thank you, and I say we'll see because it's going to be 4 people that show up to the meetup. But I'm hoping that this also eventually coalesces. I'm trying to be more diligent about keeping track of the presentations and putting a little bit more effort into it, because I want this eventually to coalesce into the Beyond Code Bootcamp material. I'm just not sure what that should look like. Yeah. And async await is a topic that I need to tackle for JavaScript. I think the concept of it is, I don't know. I don't know why. I think what I need to come up with is an English word problem that demonstrates async await. Because you would use the word when. That's what you would use. In English, you would use the word when. When my number gets called, I will do this. Set of instructions. And then, yeah, I guess the thing that's maybe difficult to understand about async await is it does require you understanding callbacks first. If you don't understand callbacks, in particular, promise callbacks, if you don't understand those, you can't understand async await, because it's a fundamental, that's what it is. It is a translation. You know, if I thought, it's like if I were to tell you vacuuming means to use a suction motor to suck air in and dirt goes into the air, you know, I can use the word vacuuming because you understand what vacuuming is. You understand that air flows. There's a motor that runs inside. It causes air to suck, and when the air sucks in, the dirt sucks in. So I can just use the term vacuuming because you already understand what vacuuming is. Because I don't have to explain it to you in paragraph form. I don't have to say, hey, go grab the motor that generates air suction by expelling exhaust, creating a vacuum through which dirt and air will enter, and run it across the carpet. I can just say go vacuum. But if you didn't know what a vacuum was, if you only knew what a broom was, and I told you go vacuum, you might not get, I mean, just imagine trying to use the vacuum like a broom or like a rake. You know, it wouldn't make sense. And I think that's kind of, I don't know how to express it. But the issue of understanding async await is the fundamental not understanding the core concept of what a callback function is. And one of the things, this is actually something I'd like to bring up. Let me see if I can GitHub TypeScript. Let me see if I can find. Let's see, issues. Let's see, callback. All right. So this guy right here, okay, apparently it's supposedly development lead for the TypeScript team at Microsoft. Okay? He doesn't know what a callback is. He's asking me what a callback is. Well, actually, he's explaining to me incorrectly what a callback is. He's demonstrating that he does not understand what a callback is. So this is the lead developer for the TypeScript team. He does not know what a JavaScript callback is. This is a problem that we have in the industry. People are really, really, really missing out on the fundamentals. How do you get to be the development lead for TypeScript, which is supposedly, which I know it isn't, but marketed to many people as though it is a superset of JavaScript, and the person does not understand one of the fundamental principal units of JavaScript? So this example would be an example of what is not a callback function. This is exactly not a callback function. If someone would say, well, what is not a callback function? I'd say, well, .map, for example. Those aren't callback functions. There's no asynchronous behavior. Bump. I'm going to just bump this again. But it is time for me to go. All right, and I am going to take a look and hear all about it. Give me 30 seconds. I am getting off. All right, everybody, thanks for joining in. This is cute, too cute to miss that on, so I'm just going to say adios.